Well, I can't think of anything that I've forgotten to do at this point, so I guess we're just gonna start this. The mic a bit. I guess I should wait for people to, like, turn up. There's only 21 people. I don't really feel like re-explaining stuff over and over. At the same time, people probably don't care that much about Z490. No YouTube notification. Yeah, that is weird. I wonder why that is. What does SKT mean? It means socket. It does not mean South Korean telecom. Also, I got this, wait. Damn. Oh, no. What am I... Is that... Oh, that is the button. Okay. Right. Yeah, okay, let's just shuffle this around. What happened? Okay, there we go. So, I also have this set up, because I figured I might have to do practical demonstrations. Yay. Not sure, should I do the transparency thing on the oscilloscope? How did I do that? Yeah, how did I do that? Is it a filter? Oh, I think it is a filter. But which one? Mask blend. I think it's blend, right? And... What? Is it working? I don't think it's working. Wait, what? No. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm using it wrong. Okay. Oh, you just chroma key the whole thing. Yay! I figured it out. Actually, I wonder if I could just chroma key out the black. Is that a bad idea? Apparently... Oh, okay. Well, that kinda works. Not really. Okay, that was a stupid idea. Alright, what? Oh, it just disappears the whole thing. That's... No, wait a minute. Yeah, that works. That's legible, right? Okay, that's correct. That isn't. Oh, that doesn't really matter that much today, because we're not going to be doing any real overclocking. No, the thing is, I need to figure out, like, how to... Because I have a spreadsheet again. And in the past, these spreadsheet videos have been, very successful, you could say. Like, let's skip this one. No thanks. Oh, perfect. I can go to this. I can go to my channel. And then... Where's this freaking Z390 one? Or actually the X570 one, yeah. So as you can clearly see, people find these videos very interesting, and I'm trying to figure out a way to fix that. The music's background noise that I find tolerable, let's put it that way. So yeah, people really love the spreadsheet videos, stupid ads. Can't skip this one. That's really dumb. Anyway, yeah, so... Yeah, people really don't appreciate the spreadsheet videos. Probably because they're like 40 minutes long, but... Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do about that. Have you tried classical music? I don't like classical music. Like, straight up, not a fan. Wait, it was a... Anyway, Anyway, the thing is... Like, I've already kind of decided that I'm probably just not going to talk much about the test methodology. Because that's just, like, that takes forever, and I don't think anybody will, like, most people will get it anyway. So I don't know why I have to go, like, why I should talk about it. It's like, oh yeah, I used, this is how the test was set up, and it's just, like, goes over everybody's head. You're funny AF, and I like it when you argue yourself out of your own stance on the subject you were so adamant about prior to the fact. Cool. Anyway, trying to find a picture. Because the thing is, when you say, oh yeah, I'm just running coax to the CPU, that doesn't make any sense to anybody. Which makes sense. Where is that? It's probably down here, isn't it? Yeah, it's somewhere in here. No, that's the 290X. That's not a 10700K. Oh, I guess I could have specified which CPU this is. And then just set the set... that's a good idea. There. You might be like, why is the CPU so slow? Well, the CPU sucks, and the voltage regulation sucks more, so... Yay, that totally makes perfect sense. Anyway. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more... The thing is, like, is it fair for me to assume that people can actually read? Right? Because a lot of the time, it's like, I shouldn't really have to talk about a lot of the stuff on the spreadsheet. Because it's like, can I just assume that people will remember to, like, will actually read the CPU column? Or do I actually have to say that I used a 10700K? And yes, I am micro-optimizing the video to the point where it's like, do I talk about the CPU model? Anyway, I think I'm pretty close to the picture I was looking for at this point. Also, if you have any questions, you can leave them in chat. Yeah, I soldered a pigtail to the CPU isn't going to make a difference, yeah. Also, why is it even called a pigtail? Because it's not like it's curly. It's not like it's a twisted wire pair. Like, it's just coax going straight to the CPU. Now, if I could just... Oh, whoa, I'm way back. Okay, well, that explains why I wasn't finding it. No, that's the gene. No, that's roughly what I'm looking for, but that's not it. Now that still has its IHS. Oh, there we go. That's the super sketchy one. Lovely. So, yeah, there. So, coax going to CPU. And then that goes to the oscilloscope, and, you know, there's a 50 ohm termination right before the oscilloscope. Otherwise, the measurement's bad. I've given up on trying to tape the CPU into the socket because ultimately, like, I'm not sure if it's safer, but the liquid metal sticks enough that you can just lift the whole CPU. Like, you lift the CPU and it takes the substrate with it. So as long as the CPU doesn't like come falling back into the socket, everything's fine. Thanks, Daniel Short, for the $5. The F is this picture. Well, that's how you get a voltage measurement that doesn't pick up switching noise from the VRM, doesn't change based on which motherboard you're using, though it still seems to be somewhat susceptible to, like, mounting pressure, maybe. Yeah, that's for measuring voltage. Very, very well. The thing is, it's not. The only issue with it is still it's not as accurate as, like, well, it's not measuring dye sense voltage. So that's the main problem I have with it. But the only way for measuring dye sense voltage is so incredibly annoying to work with because it just keeps breaking. Like that. I'm not sure if I have a picture of dye sense measurement attempts. But the problem is, like, you try to measure from dye sense, you break the dye sense circuit over and over and over and over again. Because it's really fragile. Yeah, what Z490 board would you recommend for 10850K and further on at 11900K that would play nice with 4000 4x8? 4x8 I think worked best for me on the Z490 Unify so far. Yeah, like, I've had best success with 4x8 on the Unify, but at 4000 it should kind of work on most motherboards. Yeah. Anyway, so that's how the measurement's done. This is the data it produces. As long as the IHS connects to the die. I mean, the IHS is mostly there to make sure that the CPU has pin contact. That's the main issue with doing this. Leave question. Sell me your 1080 Ti. Hell no. I have a bit of a collection of Kingpin editions going on. There's no way I'm selling those. So, yeah. Anyway, like, my main annoyance with all of these oscilloscope measurements is always that my oscilloscope doesn't go to 3 decimals. It goes to 2. And the problem with that is, like, basically, if we take two values, like, say, 1.27, right, and 1.28, the problem with that comparison right there is that this could actually be, like, on the low end of things, that could be 1.265. And that on the high end of things could be 1.284. Right, which is, like, that's actually a pretty significant gap. That's like 19 millivolts. That's kind of a problem. In the opposite direction, though, it could be 1.274 and 1.275, right? Which is, like, no difference at all. So that's my main annoyance with my oscilloscope is just, like, so these two could literally be the exact same thing, or they could be, like, 20 millivolts apart, which is not great. Like, I wouldn't really care if, like, if I had a if I had 3 decimal points, I wouldn't really care about the difference between this and, like, this. That's functionally the same, but, like, this right here is, well, this right here is not the same. Very much not the same. Or even if it was, like, 1.270 with an actual... Stupid Google Doc. Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of my biggest annoyance with the measurements. It's not really a problem once you get to like a 20 millivolt gap, because at that point it's like 29 millivolts or 11, I think. Which is less of a problem than, you know, 1 millivolt or 19 millivolts of a gap getting compressed. What's the difference between VCC and socket on the Unify? So actually, I guess I'll demonstrate that. So here's the Unify. Turn this on. So right now we're like almost seeing VRM ripple. I say almost because I'm pretty sure that's still mostly switching noise from the CPU initializing. Anyway, let's pull up the BIOS. So if you go into the OC menu, all right, all the way down here, you have this right here. Oh my god, I can't see that. That is really bad. Okay, there we go. You have VCC sense and socket sense. And for whatever reason, this changes the load line slope. It doesn't really do anything to the voltage regulation, it just changes the load line slope. My understanding is that VCC sense was like MSI trying to copy how Asus has die sense on their boards, but it doesn't do that. Like, it's not die sense at all. It's not even close to die sense. Which I guess we can demonstrate. So, what settings should I run? Let's go with mode 6 and 1.4. We're gonna go up to 1.4. Ta-da! Digital all power, mode 6. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Man, the position I'm in right now is so awkward because, like, the keyboard's all, like, I have the mic set up so that I'm in front of the spreadsheet, but the keyboard's at the other monitor. Hey, loving the content. I'm the dude with the random CMOS clear a while ago. It just magically disappeared, and now my RGB works fine too. Go figure. Yeah, that sounds like typical motherboard things. How much VCCSA voltage would I need to tune my 3600 MHz 16x4 DIMMs? Wait, are these 16x4 B-die or 16x4 micron? Because if that's micron, then you shouldn't need too much. If it's B-die, is gonna suck. Why is it not booting? Oh, right, this is the capture card. Ah, yes. That's great. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, actually we're not gonna pull up CPU-Z, we're gonna pull up hardware info. I'm gonna blow this all the way up. Man, I am super confused at what I'm what I'm supposed to be looking at. You know what? I'm just gonna get on the desk. There we go. I'm just gonna hold the mic because I'm tired of leaning over for it. So hardware. No, that's the old version. That doesn't pick up on this motherboard. If we pull up hardware info. Oh, and another question. Thanks for the $10. Simba. Hey, Buildzoid, sorry for out-of-place question, but I'm going to pick up a B550 ASRock board and 2x16, 161919. Depending on the chip brand, how much can I reduce the timings? Well, 161919 is probably Hynix CJR, so not at all. Like, that is... You might be able to run like 1618, maybe, instead of 1619. But for the most part, 1619 is about as low as CJR goes. Anyway, what do we have here? Yeah, so we have VRV out, so that's DieSense over there. That's at 1.37 volts right now, which lines up with what the oscilloscope is seeing because we're not currently under any load. Now if we run, I don't know, let's run Cinebench for example. Cinebench is really mild, so that's not really great, but anyway, there's VRV out was at 1.37. And there's a VCore sensor. Where is the VCore sensor? Oh, well, that's broken. Where's the Super I/O readings? Oh, there. So yeah, that's reading 1.392 somehow. Right? But I can't see that either. Yeah, that's at 1.39. DieSense is at 1.375. The oscilloscope's at 1.37. So yeah, you know, that's great. Anyway, let's run Cinebench. So this ends up going down a bit. Oh, wait. So that's at 1.33. This is at 1.3, and the oscilloscope's at 1.33. So, yeah, the VCC sense should be that. And if we change that to socket sense, it should read higher. Like, even higher than it currently does. But it's still nowhere near the dye sense. Like, it's 30 millivolts off. And that's in Cinebench. Oh, that's the wrong keyboard. Anyway, where's Prime 95? There we go. We're gonna run small, custom, 16. The reason I do this is just so that we get a very constant load, so I can see what I'm actually looking at. 16. Okay, bam. So now we're running 16K FFT size, which on the oscilloscope looks very quiet until you move the... Look, I'm moving the mouse! Anyway, so that's doing, what, 1.27 over here, 1.3 there, and 1.3, yeah, so this is about on par with what the oscilloscope is reading right now, but that's not dye sense at all. Anyway, so I'm gonna stop that. We're gonna restart, which again I can't see, so you know what, we're just gonna put this right in the middle. Yes, there's nothing important over there, that's perfect. What is the beeping on the audio? There's beeping on the audio? I guess I could just cut out the music from the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Go. Isn't R23 literally just R20, just longer? Like, I've not checked, but as far as I know, it's literally just R20, but longer. Fun fact, Prime 95 without AVX is exactly as heavy as Cinebench R20. Which is just like, you know, just a funny coincidence that works out like that. Anyway, so what am I going to run next? We're going to run Socket Sense. Come on. There we go. Oh, and I forgot. Expand that. There we go. Anyway, so we're going to run Socket Sense, but what's equivalent? So we just ran 1.4 at mode 6, which means we should be running 1.4 at mode 4. Yeah, so we're just going to go to mode 4. And it should change the VCore reading in CPU-Z, but yeah, the weird thing is, like, it changes the load line slope. When quiet, a couple of the noises sound like distant beeps. Yeah, I suspected that. What about the tertiary timings? What about with CJR? I don't have a ton of experience dialing in CJR. I don't think the tertiaries don't really differ that much. I don't think. Alright, capture card. Yay! Okay, I need to put the mic down again. Anyway, we're back in the OS. That's the wrong mouse. Let's grab the correct mouse. That's the wrong hardware info version. I don't know why this is here. We should put it somewhere where I won't click on it. There. Run. We're also going to pull up Prime 95. So previously we were getting like 1.31 on the VCore sensor, and now I'd expect it to read a little bit higher, but the actual dye sense voltage won't change. So we fire that off. Ta-da! It's running, and where are the sensors? Yeah, so now VCore reads 1.38, VR Vout reads 1.26. So the dye sense voltage is still the same. The VCore reading is even, like, more incorrect than before, which, that's great. It's like we have two different incorrect measurement options. Lovely. That's a great feature. Thank you, MSI. Also, I really don't know why it changes the load line. It shouldn't do that unless they're screwing with their, like, dye sense circuitry, which is, like, it's not a good thing. You shouldn't be doing that. But yeah. So that's the socket sense versus the VCC sense on a Z490 Unify. It's just like, do you like your voltage being a little bit incorrect or really incorrect? So yeah, anyway, I just remembered that, you know, I also had DyeSense readings on the spreadsheet. So, added those back. What B550 board is better for memory OC, MSI Gaming Edge Wi-Fi or Asus B550F? I have no idea. Unfortunately. Like, I legit don't know. I'd have to test both of them. I've not had a chance to test either of them, so yeah. I purchased an AlphaCool IceWolf 2 for 2080 Ti. Would you happen to know if AlphaCool produces good products? I know they make really cost-effective radiators. I don't know anything, and I think their like CPU block was okay, but I don't generally pay attention to like GPU water cooling much. So, wait, should I check if CPU overclock is stable in Cinebench for daily 24/7 use? Should I use less heavy stress test if I'm only gaming? The thing, here's the thing. My outlook on stress testing daily overclocks is that, like, if you insta-crash in Prime 95, right, like, you insta-crash on AVX Prime 95 or Linpack, I would consider that just completely unacceptable even for daily, just on the basis of, like, I don't know, you might get, like, mining malware that's like running AVX, and then your computer just up and dies, and you can't restart. Like you're not gonna get it back up and running, or because like that's the thing is like you don't know for sure that there's never ever going to be an application that you don't click on, or you do click on that isn't randomly gonna hit close to AVX levels of CPU like close to Prime 95 levels of CPU utilization, even if it's only for a couple seconds, right? Like your system shouldn't just up and die the moment something runs half a second of Prime 95-esque workloads. You know, so it's like one of the like because the thing is, if it does just up and die instantly the moment you see any AVX utilization, it's like not good, right? Like you're not gonna have much of a chance to troubleshoot other than go back into the BIOS, disable your overclock, and then go like, oh, now this works, and it's just like, well, that kind of sucks as a way of solving the problem, doesn't it? The other thing is in day-to-day usage, like the difference between AVX stable and not AVX stable is like maybe 200 megahertz, which on a CPU running close to 5 gigahertz just really doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Like that's 4%, off the top of my head. Yeah, that's around 4%. So, you know, like my 10700K might be able to do 5.2 if I don't run AVX, but with AVX I can get it to do 5.05. And that just like, you know, and that's like full stability AVX. That's not like, oh, it's kind of passing. That's like Linpack and Prime 95 for, well, the thing is I don't do the 24-hour burn-ins. I do like an hour burn-in. But that's like, you know, like that's still, you know, like I still consider that very stable. And you're not really losing a bunch of performance doing that. So that's kind of the thing. Is like not being even like being completely unstable in heavy AVX workloads is just like, yeah, no, that's dumb. Because that's how you end up with your system. Like you download a new game and it uses AVX acceleration for something, and it's like, oh, it crashes. on the loading screen or something, because it might be like decompressing assets or something, and it's just like, oh well, that doesn't, a terrible game, broken software, it blue screens my computer, when it's like, no, 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 your computer just can't bloody run the game because you set it up wrong. So yeah, like, giving up 4% performance for AVX stability is just like not really a big deal, because let's pull this up, right? So 5.2. Let's say your CPU can do 5.2 non-AVX, which is pretty realistic. And, instead you end up at like 5 gigahertz. So you're giving up 4%. Like at 5.2 gigahertz, you have 4% more CPU performance than at 5. Which is just like, yeah, that doesn't really matter, in my opinion. So, yeah. Buildzoid, please release more PCB breakdowns. Yeah, I'm working on it. Like, there's also some practical stuff I want to test. Anyway, should I go over some of the results in the spreadsheet? Though I think it's relatively, well, I consider it relatively self-explanatory. There's a lot of really redundant data columns in it. Like, for example, average minimum voltage. I'm not entirely sure why I have it. I do like looking at it. I like having it there, but it's like, from a practical perspective, does minimum average voltage actually matter? Because ultimately your CPU is going to crash on this. So I'm not sure why I bothered including minimum average. Asus level 6 is pretty much best option. Yeah, level 6 works really well, though I would like to point out that it seems to be like it seems to be running a little high voltage, right? So it's like 1.33 here instead of the 1.32, and unfortunately the DyeSense on Asus motherboards goes through the Super I/O, so it's not super accurate. Also the oscilloscope's not super accurate, so this might be off by 15 millivolts or something, or 14. Yeah, this might be off by 14, or maybe even more. So this number might be 10 millivolts higher than it should be. Same for this one and this one. But that doesn't really make it much of a difference compared to level 4. So I'm really surprised that like the Apex recommends that you use level 4 for overclocking, because like I can't measure a difference, which might mean that my oscilloscope just isn't sensitive enough. But yeah, I can't measure a difference. So level 5, I'd be pretty happy to use level 5. Level 6, the thing is, it also still makes kind of sense that level 6 wouldn't be that much worse, because it's just like there's not much of a difference in the actual set voltage, right? Like you're setting 1.39 versus 1.36, so it makes sense that the regulation would be pretty similar. So yeah, level 6 works well. Level 7 and 8, like 8 is terrible. Like 8 is straight up awful. And the only, like unfortunately it looks like the worst result on this chart, mostly because I didn't bother to test mode 1 on the UniFi, because by the time you test mode 2, it's like, well, no, like mode 2's bad. You shouldn't use mode 2. And mode 1 is going to be worse. So I don't know why you'd want to use mode 1 at all. So I just kind of decided not to bother testing that, especially because the UniFi, like between the fact that I had to test VCC and socket sense because the freaking voltage monitoring functionality on the board changes how the load line slope works. I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't feel like testing settings that don't actually make sense to use. And mode 1 is very much like, it's going to be bad. It's probably worse than what the Apex does. But I just didn't test it. So unfortunately, the Apex suffers from, having the least load line levels that are worth using. Because level 3 is, like, really droopy. Level 2 is even worse. Level 1 is, like, I'd probably have to set, like, 1.6 volts on level 1 in order to get a usable, like, load voltage, which is just like, yeah, we're not doing that. That's completely stupid. I have a Z490 Godlike. There is a bug in BIOS not accepting a change to CPU system agent and I/O voltage. They are grayed and stay the same even if I change them. Did you experience the same problem with UniFi? No. That's a very strange bug. Yeah, Yeah, that is a very, very strange bug. I don't know how, like, how that would happen. Level 1 on the Apex is 1.7 milliohm. Spec is 1.1. Wait, it adds even more droop? Why would they do that? Anyway. Wait, actually, how much am I dropping? Because this is 200 amps-ish. So that's going to be what? That's 190? So I'm at like 1 milliohm. Yeah, that's like 1 milliohm right there for that level of droop. Anyway, the Extremes Override mode is really overpowered. Unfortunately, it kind of feels like it's cheating in Linpack, because it like ends up raising the voltage. You know, also what's really interesting, and this has been happening to me with like testing Gigabyte and Asus motherboards in the like regularly now, is just like for whatever reason when you completely max out the LLC on the newer high-end Gigabyte boards, they don't do as badly as maxed out LLC on Asus boards. And I don't know why that is. Like it doesn't really make any sense, because I had the same thing on X570 where like the X570 Aorus Extreme, once you completely max out the LLC, which you shouldn't be doing anyway, the Extreme actually has ever so slightly better voltage regulation, which is like, why though? Level 4 is 0.99 milliohm. So yeah, I was basically spot on with the 1 milliohm, based on the power draw and voltage drop that I'm getting. Or voltage droop that I'm getting. Main reason I'm doing all of this testing is because Z590 is coming up. So it's like I want to have comparison points against the Z590 boards. Speaking of Z590, I've basically like agreed to like I've agreed to one manufacturer's almost entire motherboard lineup. Oh man, why do I keep doing this to myself? It's like I was like my recently I've been thinking, you know what? I need to like cut back on the hoarding of hardware, and then it's like, hey, Buildzoid, you want some motherboards? I'm like, sure, whichever ones you recommend. And they're like, yeah, how about the entire lineup? And I'm like, okay, I guess. Anyway, ROG Strix B550F or Asus ROG Crosshair VI Hero for 200 USD more. Why are you comparing those two motherboards? Seriously, yes, that is an incredibly stupid question. Why are you considering two motherboards that, like, one of them is twice the price of the other? Like, that just sounds to me like you should just get the cheaper one because you don't know what the hell the more expensive one is doing. Z590 for Intel is like all their CPUs could still work on Z170. No, actually. No, they couldn't. 11th gen has more PCIe lanes. So you don't have enough pins in the old socket. Like, that's the main thing that LGA 1200 did, is it added a bunch of extra PCIe pins. And those pins aren't even used on 10th gen. They only get used with 11th gen. So, yeah, I guess I could also just not release a video about the transient response testing. Because, like, nobody's good. Like, there's two issues. One, for some reason, everybody loves Ryzen CPUs that they can't buy because there's no bloody stock. And two, it's like, well, like, people don't care about the transient response tests, like, most of the time. So I'm not really sure. Because I'm very happy with this chart. Like, I think this is the best transient response testing I've ever done. Which makes sense, because it's, like, the most up-to-date methodology. But yeah, I'm not thrilled about the whole, like, nobody's gonna watch it part. Also, most of this can basically be summed up on the Gigabyte board, like high LLC is mostly okay still, right? Though I'm not sure about this right here. Then again, it's like my oscilloscope just isn't sensitive enough, so these could very easily be all the same number, and it's just like 1 or 2 millivolts difference between them. Transient response content for Z390 was great. That makes like one of you. That makes you the very very low, like makes you an exception. Like seriously, those videos didn't do well at all. Though I think like I'm definitely going to be testing more boards just because after testing the Extreme, like I want to see how well override mode works on the not the Master, because I know it works just fine on the Master. I want to see how it works on the Vision. So I have a Z490 Vision, and I also want to test it, which Vision is it? I have the Vision G. So that's like the, and my voice decided to just give up. So I have a, okay, well, I'm just going to sound like this now, I guess. I give up. I have a Z490 Vision G. And I also have a Z4, well, Vision G I want to test, because that one doesn't have all of the pause caps in the socket, so I'm kind of wondering, like, how does that behave? And then I also really want to test the ITX, because the ITX is only pause caps. And I'm really happy to say that I've, like, with the new methodology, it takes me, like, maybe 2 hours to test, maybe an hour to test a board, if I decide to, like, skip some of the LLCs. I think I'm just not going to bother with these two. Like, like extreme and ultra extreme on basically all of these boards, like it's the same situation as level 7 and level 8, right? Like this is just like I wasn't expecting level 7 to have such a big gap to level 6. Like honestly, the Apex should probably have a level 6.5, because like that is an 80 millivolt like drop, which is just like, okay, that's kind of too big in my opinion. Whereas the Gigabyte and the MSI boards are really nice with how many like steps they have in the load line. Not that they're particularly not that they're particularly useful, because past level 5 on the MSI board, it's just like, yeah, you shouldn't be using this, and past high on the Gigabyte board, you probably shouldn't be using it, right? Like especially this, like 1.23 bad, bad, worse. On Z390 Extreme, wait. Z390 Extreme is minus 80%. Z490, it's minus 83%. Wait, which level is minus 83%? Extreme? Or Ultra? Extreme, right? Yeah, it's got to be Extreme. I'm still surprised that the Unify did so well. Because, like, the Unify has, like, no capacitors in the socket. Let me just pull up a picture. LGA 1200, Unify, back. Yeah, so the main reason, this right here is the main reason I tested the Unify. It's like, so where did all the filtering go? And yeah, this actually works okay. I guess the fact that the Unify, so the Extreme is actually the only motherboard in this test that has like iGPU power. The Apex doesn't power your iGPU. The Extreme, the Unify doesn't have iGPU power. You can see that right here, right? Like that's one power plane and it's all V-core. Also, I think this is the sense line here. It's probably one of the, like that might be one of the sense lines right there. That explains why it reads so freaking high. Also, I've been wondering about what the hell this resistor's for. That's probably the VCC sense. Also, that looks like it's 100 ohms, maybe? I think it's 100 ohms, which would probably explain, like, depending on how exactly it's wired up, that might explain why it screws up the measurement. Anyway. Yeah, but this has no capacitors in the socket. But the funny thing is, on the front, it does have these extra ones over here. So, which I think honestly these should be far more effective than more caps in the back of the socket. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting that this doesn't do terribly, though you can kind of see it in the like overshoot testing, right? Like the board consistently has more overshoot than say the extreme. It's not really that much more than say the Apex. The Apex seems to be doing okay, though admittedly the average voltage on the Apex is generally a bit higher than on the Unify. And then basically once you go past level 5, it's just, this is terrible, this is worse, this is even worse. And then if you're in socket sense, then actually mode 3 is fine, because it just shifts all the load lines around, which is kind of whack. Also, I'm not sure, like, this looks like socket sense with mode 5 should be the best regulated. Again, I wish my oscilloscope was more sensitive. .495 for level 6, 0.16 level 7. There's a 0.27 setting that can be set, but only through the raw VRM access, sadly. Why does Asus not make an Apex board for AMD? It's great on Intel regardless of the price. The thing is, the Apex boards don't sell that much. Like, they straight up don't sell that much. So I don't think Asus really wants to make one for AMD. Like, I'm not sure why they keep making them for Intel either. Like, I like the Z4, I really wasn't expecting there to be a Z490 Apex. So that was kind of a surprise. I guess we're sort of seeing a move towards 2DIMM, like, extreme overclocking motherboards in general now. Which might be motivate, like, because, like, MSI has the B550 Unify X now, which is, like, when I last talked to MSI, I was like, yeah, that would be cool. And they were like, yeah, no, it doesn't sell enough, we're not doing that. And now it's like, yeah, we have a B550 Unify X. If your O-scope was more sensitive, would we get more of this content? No, we wouldn't get more of this content. I just think it would be better content, because I wouldn't be sitting here going like, I don't know that. I'm not 100% certain that there's actually a difference between these two numbers. There probably is, but yeah. Like, it wouldn't increase the amount of content, because the sensitivity isn't really the issue. The main issue is just setting this up is a massive pain. Well, actually, well, for CPUs, this is just a massive pain to set up. On Intel, I've got it figured out. The 10700K, like, the main reason I'm doing this so late is, like, I was supposed to do this in summer, but what came up? Oh, yeah, Crucial decided to send me a stack of RAM. And so that was like, okay, well, I guess we're going to test a stack of RAM instead of anything else. So, yeah, this is one of those things where it's just like, it kind of needs kind of a bit of, like, it needs kind of a lot of space, because the oscilloscope needs to get on the desk, which is kind of annoying with how little space. Which, that's partially my fault. The lack of space on the desk is very much partially my fault, but yeah, no, a more sensitive oscilloscope wouldn't make this more frequent. It would just make the measurements better, in my opinion. But yeah, so, like, I was supposed to have this done, like, in last summer, but didn't get around to it. Why don't you make a video explaining the timings? Because I don't remember what the timings do, and it doesn't make a difference. Like, seriously, knowing what all the different timings do does not help you set them, because what sets the limits of what various timings can achieve is the physical capabilities of the memory chips. So, knowing what the timing does would only be useful if you also knew the physical properties of the memory sticks, and unless you, like, and there's just no way to do that, as far as I'm aware. You consider just buying a PowerRail probe rather than a higher bit depth oscilloscope. How would a PowerRail probe help me? Also, power rail probes cost more than a, like... I'm assuming, this costs almost as much as a new scope, damn it. Yeah, it's like when the manufacturer has a get quote function, it's like, yeah, I can't afford that. Did you receive my email about the 5970? I think I remember seeing an email about a 5970. Was it dead by any chance? Oh, I already have a 5970. I think. Yeah, no, I have a 5970. Sorry for not responding. Power rail probes remove the DC offset, so you get to use all 8 bits to measure transients. Used ones are somewhat cheaper. Okay, let's go on eBay and see how much power rail probes cost. Well, that doesn't bloody work. Also, like, actually, no, that won't work, because a power rail probe won't even be compatible with my oscilloscope. Small contribution. Thanks for the contribution for the oscilloscope. But, like, the better oscilloscope is just, like, that's an inevitability as far as I'm concerned. It's just kind of a matter of time as to when I'm going to get around to getting one. Because, yeah, all the... Oh my god. Freaking... Okay, you know what? I'm actually... Wait, where's my Chrome? Come here, Chrome. There we go. Yeah, so here's some power rail probes. Yeah, whatever, Tektronix. Yeah, no. And that's the cheap one. Oh, man. So, yeah, test equipment, unfortunately, very, very expensive. Power rail probes for... Yeah, like, this is literally... Like, I could spend, like, half this to get an oscilloscope with enough bit depth. I'm pretty sure. So, that would actually be a better solution. Unless I wanted to, like, try build my own oscilloscope. Like, own oscilloscope probe that would do the DC voltage offset, but I don't trust myself to build that and not have it, like, not work properly. Anyway, what else is... So, there's other options for power rail probes, but the thing is, they're all going to be like this, because this is like... Okay, well, let's see what these guys have. Yeah, the moment the probe says it goes to 2 gigahertz or 4 gigahertz, it's like, yeah, we're not... I can't afford that. Oh, these guys don't even list a price, because they know that you can't afford it. Yeah, and these guys... 6 gigahertz. Let's go look at the 2 gigahertz one. Get quote, rent. Lovely. I actually think this might be... No, okay, that's a different probe. Yeah, no, when I was at Gigabyte, we were using it was a Keysight, I think. So it was a Keysight oscilloscope, and it was a 1 gigahertz... I think it was just a 1 gigahertz active probe. I don't think it was a straight up, like, power rail probe. But the other issue is like, I do need to be able to get the coax to all the way to the CPU, because if you, like... If my experience with switching noise from some motherboards is that if you put, like... Actually, like, honestly, even the passive probe from my oscilloscope, if I just put it near to the inductors, it'll start picking up switching noise, which is like... Yeah. It's not great. So it's just, like... The thing is, I think for around 1,000 quid, I can get a scope that has the bit depth to fix the whole measurement issue I have. And then if I look for a used one, I might be able to get it even cheaper. Maybe depending on the rental cost. The thing is, if I have to rent the probe, like, I think they're probably renting them out for some... Like, the cost of renting one of those probes is going to be so high, it's just like, I think I could still... probably just get an oscilloscope instead and work out, like, it'll work out cheaper. And also having multiple oscilloscopes is like I can have, I can probably figure out what to do with a second oscilloscope, whereas having a really specialized power probe is like, there's not much I can think of that I would be able to use it for. So I don't really mind the idea of having a second oscilloscope, because I could probably figure out some kind of thing that I can do with both oscilloscopes at the same time, whereas like dedicated probes are just like, yeah, that's once you really need to get some measurement correctly. So I'm surprised nobody asked about the plus mouse thing yet. Though I guess anybody who's on this live stream already watched all the other transient response videos that I've done. The Keysight 7020A, 2,800 pounds. Yeah, so, no. Because I'm the cheap 10-bit scopes are around 1,000 pounds. Last time I checked, at least. And keep spamming, and I'll actually, you know what? Screw it. No spam. Spam bad. Bye-bye. I think it says put user in timeout, right? Yeah, whatever. Oh, he decided to spam again. Or maybe he learned, but I don't care at this point. Yeah, so the funny thing about the moving, like, the plus mouse thing is well, basically, if you just let Prime 95 run, and I'll just do a demonstration of this, and I've demonstrated this in the past, so it's kind of... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, anyway. We're going to need a reasonably high level of load line for this, so... this to work the way I want it to. So I think we're going to go up to mode 2, and, like... Actually, we might go... What? How are you... No, I don't want Windows. Actually, we're going to do it this way. Yeah, so like the regular spike you can see right now, or, well, you can't see it, but let's blow this up. And I'm going to mess around with the filter again. Wait, there's a contrast option. Doesn't really do what I want it to do, but... Or does it? Because, like, I want the... Yes, that's mostly legible, right? I guess we can crank up the intensity on the oscilloscope as well. Bam! Okay. Yeah, that mostly works. Not. Anyway, so we're gonna go to... Where is it? Digital all power. We're just gonna go all the way to mode 1. I don't even know what mode 1's gonna do, but... Because on VCC Sense, it should be just dead on, but... I don't think it's gonna do that with Socket Sense. That is unlegible! We go to 1.28, that should be low enough. Okay, so the voltage went down a bit right now, because we're, like, idle. It's not doing so badly. Alright, capture card. Ta-da! Okay, I think the transparency idea was a stupid idea. Who agrees with me? Let's crank this back up. There we go. Glorious oscilloscope. Man, the contrast slider is more like a brightness slider. Unless... Yeah, no, wait. Oh, that kind of did what I wanted. Yeah, kinda. Whatever, we'll have this... Oops. I should stop messing around with this. Anyway, we'll have this like this. And we pull up Prime 95. So I can see what's going on. Somewhat. Mind you, I'm looking at this through OBS, so it's not like I can see a lot more than you guys. Set that to 16. Set this to 16. So then you run this. And you get those big regular spikes, right? So those are the Windows event timer, where basically Windows has a 64 Hz update rate. It can go up to a kilohertz update rate, but generally the OS basically waits, like, just sort of checks that everything is doing what it's supposed to be doing every, like, 64 times per second. Also, I was a little low on the voltage, because we're at 1.3 volts when we should have been at 1.32, but that doesn't matter. The thing is, when you move the mouse, Windows detects user input, and that stalls out the Prime 95 workload. So, if we zoom in on this, right, like, basically what you see here is... Oops. Can't really... Should be a secondary spike somewhere. There we go, there's our secondary spike. Though, it actually looks wrong. It's not supposed to look like this. This one's supposed to be downwards. Anyway, so the board's doing a pretty good job of that, considering that one doesn't go downwards, which is what I was expecting. Anyway, so basically what happens is... Wait, how far zoomed out am I? Oh, no, we do get the downward one. Yeah, so we get that, like... Oh, Prime 95 starts part there. It's kind of hard to tell. Just gonna keep zooming out, hitting single. So, yeah, and then you zoom out. That's actually 2 spikes. That's not 1 spike, that's 2. So, Windows event timer kicks in. Prime 95 stops, so suddenly you get the voltage spike. Then Windows does stuff. And then... I'm not entirely sure why this goes up first, and then it comes down. Well, yeah, and then Prime 95 turns back on again, which is the dip down and return. Anyway, when you move the mouse, which this is not... Wait, actually, I can trigger on that. Just put it low enough. Yeah, okay, so we put this in single. Bam. So move the mouse, and the whole thing gets very upset. Because I'm actually not sure what exactly it's doing when, like, to cause this mess. Because some of it's going to be like user input processing, but that shouldn't really be doing this. So I'm guessing Prime 95 is like trying to start out, like is starting up in between like user input processing cycles. So yeah, and then it returns back to full load and you get, you know, Prime 95 doing its thing. Yeah. So moving the mouse is very bad for stability. Hide Windows icons and test the mouse again. No, what, you mean like kill Explorer? Yeah, sure, let's try that. Where is that? Oh man, okay, there's Explorer. End task. There, so now we have no Explorer. And you move them, no, it's just general handling. Like, just, I'm pretty sure it's literally just animating the cursor. Like, I'm pretty, like which we're not going to be able to trigger on those, which is super annoying. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna... Because, like, the smaller ones, I think... the smaller ones are, like, the Windows event timer going up to, like, animate the movement of the mouse. But I'm not sure what the huge... Like, I'm not sure how it gets the huge ones. It's a bit of a shame that we can't see what exactly the CPU is doing when that happens, but... Yeah, that causes a fantastic amount of undershoot. And so this reading right here, the absolute minimum, that's the one that, you know, is the minimum in the spreadsheet. So that's this column. Minimum. And then there's average minimum, which is the average over here, right? So that's the average reading. And then overshoot, like, I'm not tracking the max overshoot because it's not really that high. It doesn't really matter. And then the average voltage is, well, average voltage, so that stays pretty steady. 10850K at 5.1, 1.48 mid ATC average temp, 2666 round. What am I doing wrong? My LLC is level 4, Asus Mobo. ADC average temp, 2260. What are you cooling it with? Dizzy D. Because ADC at like 1.48 with level 4... Yeah, like, that, your cooler, like, it shouldn't be running that hot. I don't... Well, what are you cooling it with, and what are you, like, testing it with? Anyway, I want Explorer back now. Also, we're going to stop Prime 95. Run... Does that say Explorer, or does it say MS Config? It says MS Config. Bam. Okay, Explorer's back. Out. Oh, man. Zoomed out too much. Where's my trigger? There's my trigger. Yeah, it's not really doing much. Sold your signed X570 Mobo yet? No. Well, honestly, like, it doesn't even have to be AVX. Like, I can do it in Cinebench 15 as well. Like, it's literally... Did you mouse polling rate at 1000 and 125? I don't know what the polling rate on this mouse is. Actually, let's go back into Windows. Because I want to... Like, it's not... Like, the whole context switch AVX powers off and powers on again. I don't have AVX offset. So, one of the big things is, like, if you use an AVX offset, that causes a really brutal transient, which is why I just don't use AVX offset, because it just makes your system more unstable. But, yeah, no, like, if we run even a non-AVX workload, like, you'll still see the mouse movements showing up. They're just less, like, because there's less current going through the whole thing, the spikes aren't as big because, well, there's less current behind them. Is that the right Cinebench? Okay, that's Cinebench 15. If we run this, zoom out. Right, so you can see the Windows update, and then, like, moving the mouse still does stuff. It's not anywhere near as bad because there's less power draw, but yeah, it's still there. Have you tried running Windows 7 with your tests? No. Though it is something I want to do on older on older platforms you'd have, like, I'd prefer to use Windows 7, so I'll probably test, like, on older platforms I'll probably have data for that. So what does the SKT mean at the bottom half? It's the socket versus VCC sense. Because the Unify has it's a BIOS setting on this board that's super weird and kind of dumb. Because it just changes where the motherboard measures your core voltage. As a side effect of that, it also changes the load line slope, which is like, this is great, MSI. Good job. I don't know why you'd do that. So, SKT is this versus VCC. That's all that is. Also, we're at 1000 kilohertz right now, and it doesn't do a damn thing compared to 500. Or at least, like, if it makes a difference, my oscilloscope can't pick up on it. But that wouldn't really surprise me because that's been a thing for, like, every motherboard I ever tested, where it's like, yeah, going to megahertz doesn't do anything. Have you tried running Linux? No. Why do people care so much about the different operating systems? I bet it's just USB interference. No, it isn't, because it goes away if we run a shallow enough load line slope. Like, it literally completely goes away if you run a shallow enough load line. Funny thing is, like, Asus Z390 BIOSes also actually have a event timer in them. I think Z390. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Z390 Asus BIOSes where you can actually, like, Elmore from Elmore Labs did some transient response testing on a board, and he was literally just using the BIOS event timer because it was enough to actually show up on the oscilloscope. Yeah, so right now the voltage, goes down because, of course, we have a bunch of load line, but that's just like the VRM pulling the voltage up and down as the load varies. Let's wait for this to load in. The mouse is all freaked out for some reason. Anyway, let's run this. 16. You run that, and you don't touch it, then you just get upward spikes when Prime 95 gets interrupted by the OS. Also, right after booting, Windows does stuff. So, yeah, that's also messing with this. Yeah, so you can kind of see that, like, this is Prime 95 running, this is something else, and then it goes back to Prime 95 running. Oops, hit the camera. There we go. Anyway. If I move the mouse now, like, yeah, you can see the mouse getting, like, doing stuff, but you don't see the massive downward spikes. You just see the upwards. So actually, we might be able to tell what's going on better, because it looked like the VRM was kind of ringing before. Though it'll be a pain to trigger now. Let's see. Okay, that'll actually trigger. There. Yeah, so yeah, you can... Well, you can see more. So it's like mouse tries to run Prime 95 again. Mouse, Prime 95 probably. Mouse again. Probably Prime 95 again. That's my guess on what's going on. And then we just go to full-blown Prime 95 again. Now, of course, if you take this whole structure and then move it down, then the bottom of those spikes, because if you had maxed out load line, right, then what the... Because right now, you're... Damn it, I want to draw. Ooh, I have an idea. No, that's a dumb idea. Do socket level 8. It's going to be mega droopy. Anyway, like the basic thing, like the idea, the gist of it is basically if you take this, right, and you eliminate because right now the only reason the voltage comes back up to like this level is because we're telling the VRM, hey, it's okay. Like the set voltage right now is 1.44 volts. And the top of that is what? Yeah, that's like 1.4, it's like 1.4 volts at this point, right? And we have 1.44 set in the BIOS. So the board is, actually that's 1.35-ish at the, in that area. So the board's completely chill with letting the voltage come back up this much. But if we tell the VRM that, hey, you're supposed to, you know, run 1.28 volts and exactly 1.28 volts all the damn time, then the voltage naturally goes up on its own, and the VRM's like, no, we're going to pull that back down to 1.2 whatever. You know, we're going to pull that back down to 1.28. So it does that. But then when you get the downward spike over here, well, that starts, instead of starting at like 1.35 volts, it now starts at like 1.28 volts. And so now you're going to hit like 1.2, right? Because how tall is this thing? Bottom of this spike right here, that's like 1.27. Top of this is like 1.36. Yeah, so you're going to get like a 90 millivolt undershoot below the voltage level you're actually aiming for. Because the whole thing's just going to kind of move down. Also, it was even more of a mess before because the VRM obviously sees that things are going very wrong and it's doing its very best to try compensate for everything not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And so it makes an even bigger mess as it's desperately trying to pull the voltage back up and down, and the CPU's just kind of doing CPU things. And the VRM's like, why can't you just stop? Actually, that's an interesting theory. The threads running flat out. We can run it at less thread count and see if it still does that. It's an interesting idea. Because, yeah, I want to test that. We can mess around with that. Let's see. Stop. Torture test. 16. How many threads should... let's run 15 threads, eh? Just 15... no, let's run 14. I want to Like, I want the option to have an entire core free. So, okay, pretty heavy, pretty heavy. That's good. Can I move the mouse? Kind of still looks the same. Let's see. Can I trigger on that? Yeah, I can trigger on that. Perfect. Bam. Lovely. Yeah, no, still does basically the same thing. The thing is, I think the... Because here's the thing, even if the CPU throws the mouse movement on, say, if it's like a hyperthread, like the hyperthread still congests the same resources as the cores. So, yeah. With lower thread count... Actually, I wonder how low you'd have to drop the thread count for this to go away. Maybe it stops at 8 threads. Let's try that. Options. Wait, can I just stop, like, some workers? Oh, I can. Okay, wait, how many workers is that? That's... I can't see anything. Oh, this is horrible. Workers number. We're at 14. We're going to stop 4 of them. And it didn't really make much of a difference, did it? Yeah, no, the mouse still shoots way up. Are we actually running less workers, though? Ah, yes, AVX doing AVX things. Window, cascade. No. Tile? Not running. Wait, some of them are not running. The bottom 2 are not running. Why are only the bottom 2 not running? I told it to stop 4 workers. Dumb. Very dumb. Ta-da. So apparently that doesn't work. We're going to stop all of them. And torture test. Okay, the oscilloscope, please go away. Thank you. 16. That's not 16, is it? I can't see. 16. And, nope, that's the runtime. We want... Let's run 8 threads. Okay, still really heavy. Yeah, it's like 20 millivolts, like higher average voltage now, so it's still really, really heavy. But... Okay, yeah, so now it doesn't actually, like, congest any... Like, I think it's not... I don't think we can trigger on the mouse anymore, which would, to me, be, like, good enough. Okay, so that triggers on the event timer. This is just above the event timer. And... no, you can still kind of trigger on the mouse. So, it's still kind of there. But... Yeah, the more free resources you have, the less the mouse seems to affect it. No, that's just the event timer again. Move, please. Single. Oh, that's a mess. Yeah, so that's just a mess. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see what one of these looks like. Okay, well, this is just another mess. But yeah, it looks like it gets, like, the thing is there's also less current being pulled, so that's also going to reduce how much it shoots up. So... Kind of annoying to test for, well... Yeah, but less load, you get smaller transients. I guess the idea to test other operating system and how they handle input would would probably be a better way to test for this, but I don't think it would make that much of a difference. Something broke. Yeah, something really broke right now. I can't click. Have everyone remembered to hit the like button? Doesn't look like it, but thanks for the 50 Norwegian kroner. Okay, let's see. You know what? I'll just power this down at this point. Your thoughts on voltage CPU comments from Intel regarding the new Tech Peltier cooler for the 10900K 5.4 gigahertz. 1.4 to 1.5-ish supposed to be fine. They said our 14 nanometer is quite robust now. 1.5 still scares me, but, like, wait, 1.42, like, full load? Because did Intel comment anything about the LLC? Because I don't think, like, 1.4 core load voltage would, depending on how cold you're running the CPU, yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was fine. The main issue has historically been, like, when you hit 1.4, like, on a 10... Like, if you had 1.4 volts core voltage on a 11... Well, on a 10900K, it's uncoolable. Like, it's not even remotely coolable. But I guess with the Peltier cooler, that wouldn't be a problem. The thing is, your current Alatron, the thing is, your current draw goes, like, up and down 20% for 20 degrees at the high end. Like, if you go from 100 degrees to 80 degrees, your current draw falls off a cliff. So if the cooler can maintain, like, I don't know, 70 at 1.4, you'd be fine. Probably. Wait, mic cable sounds. What mic cable sounds? Anyway. Yeah, so I'm not really sure. Like, I didn't have a plan for this live stream at all. I was kind of hoping to get a bunch of questions, but I guess, well, this being Z490, nobody cares. So I should have called it just motherboard transient response, and maybe I would have gotten more interest that way. Oh, well. So I guess we only have people who already kind of know what transient response is anyway in the chat, so not much for me to talk about. So this was really unproductive for me. I guess I can still, like, I guess for the video about the results here, I'm just gonna... Like, it's just gonna basically be, yeah, low, medium, high is fine. Level 4 to 6 is fine. Level 7 through 5... 5 seems to be slipping. 5 seems to actually be slipping, though 10 millivolts is not really a big deal, especially since your average voltage, like your set voltage, is way down. And then mode 3 is actually, yeah, mode 3 looks okay. Mode 4 looks okay. This is annoying, though. Like, this is 1.32, and that's getting 1.27, whereas that was 1.31, and this is getting 1.28. Because, like, the big focus here is the gap, right, between the two voltages. Is like, so this is 1.31 to 1.28, so that's 30 millivolts. That's 70. That's 50. That's 50, still 70, so that hasn't gotten worse at all. That hasn't changed. That's 70, so that's gotten actually significantly worse. Like, that's a big decrease there. But worst case scenario is still roughly the same. 1.26. Now, like, this is 50 millivolts here, this is 80, and this is 70. So this, like, yeah, the level, like, mode 5 is definitely starting to slip. It's not too bad, though. And then you get to mode 4, and it's just like, okay, so now we're off by 100 millivolts, 110 millivolts, 100 millivolts. Extreme LLC is just generally crap. Like, whatever overclock well, the thing is, it depends how you stress test. If you stress test with Cinebench, Extreme LLC is just fine. If you run, you know, heavy tests, like Prime 95 16K FFT size, and then, like, the funny thing is, if you don't move the mouse, right, like, that's actually the crazy thing is, like, that's the whole reason why I have the absolute minimum now, is because the average reading here is actually roughly what you get if you don't touch the mouse. If you don't touch the mouse, you get this. And this looks okay, right? That's like the same as turbo, which isn't really that different from high. So this is fine. And then you move the mouse and it's like, no, it's not. It's off by 80 freaking millivolts, which is actually not that different. Well, that's better than the Unify there. So yeah, you touch the mouse and suddenly you're off by 80 millivolts. And then Ultra Extreme, it's just like, yeah, Ultra Extreme's terrible. I'm actually surprised Extreme isn't so bad, like, isn't as bad as it, like, isn't worse. This is actually kind of decent considering it's old Extreme, but yeah. But basically the thing is, if you're running heavy stress tests, then running Extreme LLC should require, like, you should be able to go down to turbo and literally just raise the voltage 0 mil. Wait, what is it? Wait a minute, gears turning. Actually, yeah, if you go down to turbo, you shouldn't have to raise the voltage at all. Yeah, like Extreme. So, like, turbo at 1.3 volts would give you an average of 1.32 and a minimum of 1.23 here. Would give you an average of 1.3 and a minimum of 1. Oh, wait, it would lose 16K. Wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah. Yeah, so it would lose 16K. And it would lose... So that's... The Gigabyte board's kind of weird with that. So you'd need like 10 milli... Like, you'd need 1.31 volts on turbo, probably, to keep up with Extreme LLC, depending on what stress test you're running. It really depends if, like, Extreme was failing LinPack or if it was failing Prime 95 16K. If you were failing LinPack, then it probably would be fine at 1.3 or even 1. Like, turbo would be fine at 1.3, maybe 1.31. Also, your temperatures would be slightly lower. But, yeah, the difference between turbo and Extreme isn't much. The difference between, like, high and Extreme is, like, okay, so now you can run, like, instead of DiSense, let's just look at it in terms of average and DiSense voltages, right, instead of worrying about the set voltage. So, in order for high to get the same to have the same minimums as Extreme, you'd have to be at, like, well, 1.29 volts here, so that would be 1.23 DiSense, and 1.31... Actually, no, 1.3 and average voltage of 1.3 again. So, yeah, you could save 30 millivolts, which doesn't sound like much because it isn't much. But, you know, like, it kind of depends how much headroom you have, but we go 1.33 divided by 1.3. Well, that's, luckily for us, that still works out, doesn't it? Yeah, that's 2%. Though I want to do this correctly because I'm lazy, so we're going to do this. No, 1.3. So, and then you square that because your power consumption is a square. And yeah, so you could reduce your, like, running Extreme LLC, you're going to produce like 5% more heat, roughly. In theory, that's how it should line up. And there's a chance my oscilloscope isn't super sensitive and Extreme LLC is doing things, like, actually far worse than what I'm picking up on, but... You know, within the realms of what my oscilloscope can actually measure, yeah, you're probably producing about 5% heat more than necessary in order to run Extreme LLC. What's a safe starting voltage for manual overclocking? Where's my max? I use LinPack and Cinebench for stability testing. What CPU? But if you're on a... Wait, I think you said you have a 10850K, right? Or did I misremember that? Let's scroll up. 10850K. As long as you're staying under, like, 1.35 volts on the DiSense, you're fine at full load. Yeah. Are you getting that hands-free probe set? I'm very strongly considering getting it, but right now it's like it would be super useful for probing a bunch of stuff on like GPUs and dead mother. Like it would be super useful for trying to repair stuff, but right now it's just like yeah, there's no space for me to actually use it, so I'll buy that later. But it's still just really cool. DyeSense, where do I measure that? What motherboard do you have? You have Asus. Oh, then you're just your core voltage. Wait, what Asus board? I'd love to know which exact Asus motherboard you have. Strix. I don't think that has it. Man, I'm kind of annoyed that I never got around to testing the Asus boards, and now it's too late. Like, that I never got around to buying the Z490G. Because I think, yeah, that's pretty similar to this board. Yeah, this doesn't have DyeSense exposed, does it? No. Okay, well, let's see, how much droop am I getting? There's like a 70 millivolt gap there. Oh, damn. Yeah, oh, man. This is the thing that just absolutely infuriates me with Oh, wait, your load line settings are going to be different as well, because you're on a different voltage controller. Level 5 is probably still fine, and your socket voltage probably shouldn't be going above 1.42. Speed, level 6 works great. Like, speed.fastest, like, level 6 works really well. There's really nothing worth changing. I actually tried 1,000 kilohertz at level 6 and it didn't make a difference. At all. I'm still surprised that they recommend level 4, because, like, I really can't measure a difference between the three. Though, I don't know, maybe I should try test for it. How many hours did you use to make this spreadsheet? So actual testing time, probably only, like, 3 or 4? Unfortunately, I spent, like, an hour or 2 trying to figure out why my 10700K was overheating. Because I didn't put enough liquid metal on it. When I moved, so I did the Apex, then I moved to the Extreme, and the CPU was like Core 0 or Core 8 were immediately, no, Core 0 or Core 6 would immediately hit 100 degrees. And I spent so much time trying to figure out why it was doing that. And it turned out I just needed to use a little bit more liquid metal, because between the motherboard switch, it like dried out or something. Well, the thing is, it like alloys with the gold. Or, well, yeah, basically it seemed to just, it's not, like, liquid metal doesn't dry out, okay? But it doesn't stay, the alloy tends to like to alloy to basically everything it touches. So over time, it tends to change properties, and so it looks dry eventually. It's not actually dry, it doesn't evaporate, but yeah, so the liquid metal became less than liquid, less liquid than it should be, and so, you know, I was trying to figure out, why is it not running? It's like, well, it's because it's not properly applied. Do they recommend level 4 or all Maximus boards? Specifically on the Apex, like, I don't know if it's specific to any board, but on the Apex, if you go into the Digi Plus menu, it says level 4 recommended for OC. And the thing is, like, the Formula has the same VRM as the Apex, if I remember correctly. Like, Apex and, like, Formula, Apex, and Extreme are all the same VRM. The only one that has a different VRM is the Hero, because the Hero has iGPU power, which still shouldn't really make that much of a difference. Own a Z270iX Apex upping to Z490 MSI. Will I lose a lot of BIOS options? Honestly, with the most recent Z490 BIOS, on the Z490 UniFi's most recent BIOS has so many memory settings that I didn't even know they like exist. It's honestly kind of horrible. Especially since they just kind of ram them right into the freaking like memory settings. Like, it's not like they buried them or something, right? Like, Asus likes to bury all of the really advanced options, and then there's MSI where it's just like, hey, memory training register settings. Everywhere. So if we go here, so this is all good, and then you go to DRAM, advanced DRAM configuration, right? And so we've got this, which I don't know what that is, but that's a thing. Oh yeah, there's all of this stuff if you feel like spending forever. We've got all of the different command rates. I don't know what the difference between 1N and real 1N is. I'm afraid to ask. What else do we have? Oh yeah, so you've got your, TREFI, TWR, then you have TWR MR. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't know what it is, but it's a thing. We've got TRTP MR. Again, like, what is this? Where does it come from? Why is it in this box? TCWL has an MR. TCCD has an MR. And it's like, I don't know enough about RAM to know what the hell that is. But it's there. And then you've got all your tertiaries. You've got all your advanced timing configurations. You've got your TXP. And I think PPD is missing, maybe? I don't know. And then you've got all your IOL settings, which I've actually figured out to tighten IOLs on this board. With 0 stability, but I have managed to tighten them and still boot. So, progress. Oh, and then we've got all of this stuff, which is really fun. The main thing that's missing on this board is VTT DDR control. There's no VTT DDR control. Yeah, and then you just kind of get settings for days, and it just kind of keeps going until you get to the very bottom, and oops. Where, oh, there's PPD. Yeah. So you have power down controls and stuff, so yeah, there's not really anything missing. And if you go into like advanced CPU configuration, again, we've got all of the settings that I'm aware of at least. The only thing is there's no VTT DDR control, which is pretty stupid, because you do get VREF control, but no VTT DDR. And don't ask me how this is supposed to work, because I don't know. Anyway, did you post your Excel sheet somewhere? No, it's also not Excel, it's Google Docs, but real 1N and 1N are both 1N, but real 1N uses a different training algorithm. Interesting. Wait, is real 1N, like, more stable or less stable? I guess I need to mess with that. If they remove the memory limitations with the B560, will I be able to use 2666 on with 10400F? Yes. I've actually been wanting to ask Intel about that. Actually, no, I've been wanting to ask a motherboard vendor to send me a B560 board. At the same time, I kind of feel like again, it's just one of those things. I'm already really behind on producing content. Actually, no, like, I am always behind on producing content. I can assure you I have no shortage of video ideas and topics to do. There's just one issue. The videos are being produced by yours truly, and yours truly is a useless, lazy words that I would prefer not to say on a YouTube stream. Yeah, that's like the main issue here at AHOC. Like, they could literally stop producing hardware tomorrow for, like, the rest of the year. I would probably still finish the year. Like, at the end of the year, I'd probably still be behind. So, yeah. So it's like, on one hand, it would be kind of interesting to mess with B560 memory overclocking if that gets enabled. On the other hand, I don't really want any more motherboards. Especially considering that I think I agreed to... Oh no. Almost 10 Z590 boards. Yeah. Yeah, it's approaching 10. Very much approaching 10. And there's still stuff I want to do on B550. Did you see my super chat? Did I miss it? I did miss it. All this works needs some payment. Thanks for the 100 Norwegian kroner, Thomas. Anyway, B560 ES board I know has unlocked memory. I'm pretty sure Intel has ES boards for like freaking... What? It's like they probably have an ES H series motherboard with unlocked memory. Yes. It probably never left any Intel facility, but I'm sure it exists. Or at least didn't leave any Intel facility in one piece. Probably got shredded before it went out. Or rendered unusable is what you're supposed to do with engineering samples. Do you save your live streams or do they go up in smoke? I leave them as unlisted. If ever I'm extremely desperate for content, I have unlisted live streams to upload, but yeah, for the like the thing is like they're just kind of terrible in my opinion. So it's like cool if you catch them, but I'd prefer to like try condense the information covered in them into something that's actually somewhat usable, even though I'm really bad at condensing information. H-series board memory OC limits can be lifted when you install a mobile CPU. See? I told you. When would you be receiving the Z590 boards? I have no idea. Soon. '11th gen, yeah, as far as I know, 11th gen is supposed to be out in March. Oh man, there's going to be such a cool motherboard in March. I'm so excited for a certain motherboard. So very excited. How's the Rygal holding up? It does a decent job. The main problem is it like doesn't have enough bit depth for my measurements. It only goes to 10 millivolts when you're at like 1 volt measurement, but also I'm not sure that it's like sensitive enough, but unless I get a more expensive oscilloscope to compare against, like I don't know how to check that. Also at this point I think so I bought the Rygal like a while ago. So at the time there wasn't really any other cheap options with like 4 channels, 50 megahertz bandwidth, which I have it unlocked to the full 100 megahertz. And now it's like there's a bunch of like at the same price there's a bunch of new scopes that I think are technically better, but I've not been paying too much attention to like budget scopes because I'm mostly looking for like next scope I want more, bit depth so that I can get more accurate volt measurements. Is there going to be a Buildzoid branded motherboard? No. The thing is I can't really do a like it would be cool to do a motherboard collaboration. On the other hand, it would just completely disqualify me from reviewing any motherboards on that generation of boards. Also, I'd be super worried if the board wasn't perfect. Have you imported your tech chiller? The tech chiller came with me from the Czech Republic ages ago. So I still have the parts for the tech chiller. It's just that I've torn it down and like used the parts from it for various other things. So it's kind of not usable right now. BZ thinks it's cool. Equals super big equals big VRM, maybe 1 dim per channel. So I've not actually seen the power delivery on it, but I've been told great things. And I think, like, the thing is, I've not had this confirmed, but I kind of suspect that ever since I did the like X570 like VRM testing for Gigabyte for X570 launch, I think they adopted some of my test methodology, because I was discussing with HiCookie about I was basically going like, oh my god, override mode is awesome, how did you do this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And he's like, yeah, there's just some stuff that your oscilloscope isn't picking up that we're trying to like fix or something. And I'm like, oh. So I guess the thing is, like, they actually have good oscilloscopes. So yeah, I'm excited to see, because like, it sounds like there might be a board that just completely, like, this right here is no longer going to be like, this is technically chart topping performance. I think this is a little bit cheating, right? The 1.35 versus 1.34, but still, this is very much chart topping performance, especially considering the fact that it idles at freaking 1.33, which is really neat. But yeah, so we might, like, there's probably going to be a board that like manages to do even better than the Aorus Extreme on voltage regulation, or even better than the Apex, because I still consider these mostly tied. The Apex seems to have a slight advantage, but I'd say they're mostly tied. And so yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. Also, safe boot. We're probably gonna get safe boot on a certain motherboard, and I'm like, that is the most exciting part, of course. AC load line. Actually, I don't think Gigabyte uses static load line settings at all. Because last time I had a Gigabyte motherboard hooked up to a VRM controller dongle, if you change the LLC settings, it would just change the percentage. It wouldn't change the actual load line slope. So it just always uses the CPU load line and then just ramps it up and down by, because there's like a percent register for load line in basically every digital controller. So Turbo on Z390 was 50% of whatever CPU you put in. And so yeah, override mode uses stock load line. But if you if you use override mode and then set your load line to high, it actually changes the load line of override mode. Maximus 13 Apex. Oh man, if there's a 13 Apex, I have to get that. Yeah, though I don't know if there's going to be a 13 Apex. Hopefully there is. I think the Apex boards have been doing pretty well these days, so yeah, I really hope they do a 13 Apex. Z390. Oh, high was minus 50. Oh yeah, you're completely correct about that. I'm misremembering. Yeah, that's my mistake. So I think the main concern with like override voltage mode is that sometimes it might not be fast enough to preempt the voltage drops. Because basically the way override mode works, is my understanding, is like it's actually dynamic voltage, but it's tuned so that the CPU doesn't, like, it's some kind of alternative dynamic voltage mode. So the voltage, like the voltage of the VRM is set to output for the CPU goes like up and down based on how much load is on the CPU. So you don't have to change the load line anymore, and it's just going to sort of smooth over all this. So the load line never, like, you don't have a load line overshoot or a load line undershoot problem ever. The main concern though is that it might not be like there might be certain transitions that can happen faster than override mode can like respond, I guess. And so there might be things, but I've not seen it in any of my testing. maybe my scope's too slow. But yeah. Yeah, override mode literally doesn't need load line calibration at all, which makes it super cool. Like that, it is just the coolest thing. There's one issue, though. There's actually two issues with it. So for ambient, override mode is basically amazing, and there might be some minor voltage regulation issue that I've never picked up on. But for extreme overclocking, the problem with override mode is you can't set it high enough because it maxes out at 1.72 volts. And actually, no, it doesn't max out at 1.72 volts. The vid maxes out at 1.72 volts because the vid table goes up to 1.52. And then recently, Intel was like, hey, we're going to add a vid offset function. So you can actually offset the vid by 200 millivolts. And the problem is, basically, if you set an override voltage level, because you'll notice like override here, right? This is 1.36 set. And it's basically, as far as I know, it's set to basically hit 1.36 on the socket. So you get 1.36 on the socket, you get 1.26 at the die. And let's say on liquid nitrogen you wanted to run 1.6 volts die voltage. You would need to set override mode to like, what is it? Okay, well, let's say this was 1.3, then this would be like 1.4. And you wanted to set, you'd need to set override mode to 1.7 volts, which is cool, except for the part where the vid isn't able to go that high. So it breaks. Actually, and 1.6 is low for LN2. On LN2, you might actually go all the way up to like 1.65, 1.7 volts. And at that point, override mode doesn't have enough, like, the chip literally doesn't have enough data range to do that. So yeah, that's like for extreme overclocking, unfortunately, you're kind of stuck using the regular LLC modes. But also for extreme overclocking, like this, the sort of neat thing is you don't have to worry about like Prime 95, like this, like if you're extreme overclocking, you won't touch the mouse, right? Like everybody who does LN2 overclocking knows that when the benchmark is running, you do not touch the mouse, right? So because of that, it's not really a concern because you're not going to get, and also you're probably benching like Cinebench, and Cinebench is a freaking joke. It's not really that heavy. It doesn't cause massive transients. So, you don't have to worry about like voltage regulation in Cinebench too much. But yeah, like if you wanted to use override mode on LN2, you kind of can't because it just doesn't go high enough on the voltages. So that's a bit unfortunate. But at ambient, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Override mode is just like, oh my god, it's so cool. And that's the main reason why I'm... Actually, what board should I test next? Actually, can I make a poll in chat somehow? How can I make a poll? Is there a way for me to make a poll? Is there a poll function? Let's look this up. Google, help me. Poll YT live chat. I guess I could just make a, like, straw poll. Yeah, okay, just straw poll. I guess we could even test it on stream. E490. There. I like MSI BIOS best. What AC load line was used with override testing? Whatever the board uses on auto. I have no idea. I didn't check. I think it just uses the CPU default. So, yeah, because I'm not sure which of those two boards to test first, because it's like, on one hand, like, as far as I know, the Vision G has override mode, and so I'm kind of wondering if, like, I'm wondering, like, how well that works on a motherboard with, like, way less VRM, and then the Z490i Ultra is just, like, so many pause caps. All of the pause caps. Just pause caps. The board won't use CPU default. Won't it? Pretty sure it does. Oh. I was told that, like, at least like, I was told when I was at Gigabyte that the difference between, like, their auto, normal, and standard mode, for LLC was that, like, standard is set by the board. Wait. No. I think normal, I think, is set by the CPU. Standard is set by the motherboard. Something like that. Anyway. It's 50-50. You've got to be kidding me. Need more votes. Update BIOS. Why should I update BIOS? Which BIOS? Best budget B550 board. I literally did a video about that. Is the measurement, no. Well, okay. Some of them are. Like, the difference between this and this, technically V-droop. Actually, the difference between this and this, also V-droop. This right here is just undershoot. That's not V-droop at all. That's just, like, how much the motherboard screwed up. CJR or Revy for Ryzen Daily. I've had an easier time getting CJR stable. Revy seems to take some really weird combination of, like, termination settings that I've not figured out. Man, 51 to 49%. What is this? More votes, please. Come on. Like, I want a definitive victory. And now it flipped. You gotta be kidding me. We're back to 50%. Alright, which board is best for OCing? Between the Vision and the ITX? Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking which one to test. Like, which one's more interesting? You feel like chat is doing this on purpose. That's hard to believe. Though I guess technically people could be checking the results and then just, like, shuffling their votes around based on the results. We're 52% now for the ITX board. Okay, now it's leaning more... Okay, ITX is winning. I agree. I also love pause caps. We need more pause caps on boards. Do both. I will do both, but I need to, like... I'm actually considering, like, we're going to do a board right now. So... I think I'm going to turn on the music because I'm not going to be able to, like, talk to the mic while working with the horrible sketchiness that is the 10700K Probinator. So, yeah. Let's do this. This is a terrible idea. This is, like, the worst idea. Oh, there it is. Nope. No. Where did I put that? I have no idea where the socket cover is. Really bored. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's it. Guess what board that is? Oh, actually, wait, it says right on the board. Damn it. Okay, well, this should work. I don't think I forgot to plug in anything. I normally forget to plug in the cooler. Oh wait, I need a power button. Oh boy, where is that? Oh, it works. I don't know what settings are on there, but it works. It's... I think I need to clear the BIOS. It's been a while since I've used this board. Go. It also has no troubleshooting LEDs. Which really sucks. The boot looping is pretty normal. Ah, there we go. See, works. And it does see all of the RAM, so that's good. So that seems to be working. And it's now time to do some testing. So, actually, I should update the BIOS, because I did all the other testing on the latest BIOS, so I should update this as well. Unless it's already on the latest BIOS. What is it? It's on F5. F6. I don't think I'm gonna use F6. I don't feel like updating the BIOS, screw it. Like, the BIOS updates most of the time don't do anything to the VRM, so we're just not gonna bother. Or I'm just not gonna bother. Kind of high idle voltage for auto settings. Oh man, this is... Okay, wait, I'm gonna have to... Windowed projector... Q? There we go, now I can see what I'm doing. Change the system specs. I did change them. They're correct. It's B, Z, and EE. No, I failed out of computer science. Put it that way. Also, I don't think this board even lets me use the super stupid... Yeah, this one doesn't even let you use the super... Oh, wait. Oh, no, it does let you use the super stupid LLCs. Okay, well, we're just going to set that to low. This uses the same voltage controller as the Extreme, so I'd expect the voltage behavior to be the same. We're going to go with fix. VCLK adaptive disable. IO 1.3. VCCSA 1.3. DRAM voltage 1.45. I use, like, all the settings have to be exactly the same on every single system. which includes manually setting basically all of the sub-timings. TWR10, TCWL16, 7, 7, auto, 550, 16, no, wait, 28, there, yeah, 28, 10, 2T command rate, 24,000, nope, 24,000, and we just need to set all of these, which would be 7, 4, 6, this one doesn't matter, 12, 12, 12. Actually, I'm gonna have to check my phone. I can't remember. The reason I'm setting all the timings exactly the same... Okay, no, 12, 12, 12 is correct. 32 at 28. The thing is, like, LinPack is super memory bound, so if you run different settings, the behavior is very different. What's that? That was, no, that's WR is 7488. And this is... WRD is just, 88 again. Okay. Bam. There, these aren't like the world's best timings, it's just something so that, like, it works and I don't have to worry about it being different. We're also going to check if it performs the same. If LinPack is doing less than 490 gigaflops, then the settings are wrong and I need to go fix them. But this should spit out 490-ish gigaflops. Who made the music? I made the music. Calling it music is kind of giving me too much credit, in my opinion, but sure. Okay, we're on fixed. Wait, where's the CPU ratio? Oh, there it is. AVX offset 0, ring ratio 44, clock ratio 49, because the CPU bloody sucks, and when you get to the ultra-high LLCs, it would crash. And then... disable, disable, and I think EIST disable. Like, ultimately, those only matter at idle, and I don't care about idle. Why ain't it booting? Did I screw something up? Oh, there we go. Man, I was super worried I screwed up the memory timing. I currently have like 2 hours worth of music, so there's like actually no, I think at this point it's like 2 and then it should be over 2 hours at this point. So I have like an album and an EP. I have 2 albums and like an EP worth of music at this point. Nah, this is normal, it's just loading Windows. This is like the more extreme version of this. There's 2 versions of this track. This one right now. Yeah. Basically, I decided it wasn't extreme enough on the first version. So there's like a bunch of ridiculously fast bass. Like, well, kick drum overall. All over the place. I don't like that one. That one I might just remove. Man, Windows, boot already. I will be on Bandcamp. I'm not there right now, but I will be there eventually. ending of this version of this song is so much better than the original version, than the previous version that I have of it. So I'm really happy with that, but some of the middle parts are like, I don't know, I think I overdid it in places. Anyway, we are in, and the first thing we need to do is we need to check that this thing doesn't catch fire, because you did see me, like, fiddling with the liquid metal, but I was mostly checking that it wasn't dry. I wasn't actually reapplying it, so... It looked okay, so hopefully it is okay. The reason why I use liquid metal for this is if you use thermal paste under the IHS, it's just unusable. Okay, and we don't have any core going mega out of whack. Right, like this is 60, 60, 60, 70. Yeah, okay, that looks normal. No, I want you to quit. Now let's try Prime 95. Oh man, this one's so brutal. I like it. Bit repetitive. Okay. So our average voltage is about right. Now let's see where... I'm not seeing... The funny thing is, if your CPU thermal throttles, it causes some really ridiculous spikes, which we're not seeing. Temperatures are good. We're at 80 degrees right now, so that's fine. VRV out 1.27. It's a bit high on the VRV out. But let's rescale. So yeah, this, like, if you don't move the mouse, you just get... Oh, and you guys can't see anything. So this is really clean, right? Like, we're getting, what, 1.32, 1.29. So that's about what you'd expect. Let's see what happens if I move the mouse. Not much. Actually, absolutely nothing. Yeah, it doesn't care at all. Pause caps. Pause caps, good. So, okay, we're going to note that down on the spreadsheet now. And I just realized I don't have a column for this board, so we're going to have to copy-paste this around. And that worked out lovely. Actually, the alternating colors function is wrong. It's not the right color order. There we go. Now it has the correct color order. There we go. Done. Now we just go... Oh! Wait. Okay, you know what? No. I do have it set high. It is definitely high. Like, at least I want it to be at the exact same settings as the Aorus Extreme, so... I'm gonna set it down. Will you release the spreadsheet for patrons? No, but I will probably put a screenshot of, like, I'll put a image of it, the entirety of it onto the Discord, probably. I mean, I've been kind of posting updates as it's been getting filled out onto the Discord regularly, so, yeah. If you're wondering what Discord, it's the Discord you get access to through, Patreon. Man, there's a heatsink on my mouse cable. Why is this heatsink here? Oh, right, that's one of the other things that I was supposed to be working on. Oh, man. BZ official band. Never, because I can't stand other people. As cool as it would be to be in a real band, it's like, I don't think I'd survive the whole thing where it's like, oh, you have to work with others. Sounds like a group project to me. I don't do those. Okay. So that's 16K again. Actually, you should watch the VRM temperature in 16K. Because, yeah, it gets... Like, there is a fan on it, but... Still. Actually, the VRM's doing great. Yeah, the fan is really overpowered. Also, that's like almost 200 amps there. Yeah, that's like just under 200 amps. Okay, we're getting 1.26 proper, and we're getting 1.31 here, so let's reset the data. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for this one. I wish I had more heavy stuff, but I, like, bad at making it. Let's see. Let's just play this one. This one's good. Well, the beginning is a little drawn out, but it's good. So I'm fiddling with the spreadsheet again. So, dying sense, we're getting 1.26. You know what? I should... Oh no, this is a terrible idea. Yeah, this is an awful idea. But you can kind of see what I'm going for, right? Oh boy. We need a 4K like I need a 4K live stream, not so that I can stream in higher definition, but so I can stream more crap at the same time. Okay, wait, shrink the oscilloscope. Move this somewhere. Okay, nobody cares anymore about the system specs. System specs go die. Ooh, I have an idea. A genius idea. Why won't you let me... What? What? I am now mega confused. What? How? No, like, this thing is in the scene. How is this thing in the scene? Why can't I transform it? OBS, the hell... Oh, there we go. No. Yeah, we're gonna lop off, like, a lot of it. Bam. So that you can actually see something. Ta-da! Perfect, that's... Exactly, okay, that's a bit much. 550, yeah, 550 is good. What else did I want? I want to crop the... Actually, if I slide it over like that, we're gonna... That's the right, yes. It was easier to explain to my parents what's going on in the video than it was explaining the music. Well, I like... This one's pretty sensible in my opinion. This one isn't a mess like some of the other stuff I make. This one's got like a groove to it in my opinion. But then again, I listen to like very extreme metal genres a lot of the time, so... my opinion on what's groovy should probably not be considered very high value. There we go. You need to calm down, BZ. You can do this. I believe in you. I'm fine. I'm doing great. There's just too much crap on the screen. There. This makes... Yeah, this is functional, right? Like, this works, I think. Is that legible? I can't tell if that's legible. If you're on a phone, then, you know, why are you watching a BuildWith live stream? If you're on a phone, yeah, you're not going to see anything. I'm very sorry about that. Okay, scope is reading 1.31. Now let's move the mouse a bit. Okay, do the mouse. Yeah, voltage drops. It doesn't, like, thing is, I could sit here all day jiggling the mouse. It won't go any lower. And I know that because I've tried in earlier attempts. So now we just do 1.29, 1.28. Maximum 1.39. Lovely. That's one test down. Next preset. Options. So yeah, I've really optimized my test methodology. Because in the past, if you nudged the desk, the mouse would move and it would like throw off the minimums. And so so to compensate for that, I would like run the test for like a ridiculously long amount of time, because if you have enough data, it'll just sort of average out, right? But now it's like, no, we just include the extreme outliers, and the data is, you know, fine. I don't have to worry about, like, results not making sense, because now they include all of the information instead of just most of it. 112K, gloriously noisy, which is why I use it. So yeah, we're getting 1.32. That's a bit low for it. Then you move the mouse, and man, this board. That's downright impressive. Like, it just doesn't care. Move the mouse like a maniac, drag the window around. That just, yeah, doesn't care. Also, I think I forgot to reset the data, but didn't really make much of a difference to that. Oops. Well, that's fine. Any kind of input's fine. Oops, I forgot this track is on the list. I mean, I don't mind it, but stream probably does. Let's play something. Oh yeah, this, my most recent creation. There. Very relaxing. And then it goes straight back into my usual stuff. This is gonna be like an intro track on something. The thing is, I listen to music in albums, so it's like I can't, like, I love intro tracks, especially when they do something cool. This one's unfortunately a bit too long. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna take that as a measurement. Show the beard. No. It's awful. Anyway, 1.32. Wait, no, what's it averaging at? 1.33, cool. Minimums, we're getting average 1.28 and 1.27. Bam. Maximum, we're getting 1.4. Lovely. So yeah, that's about the same as all the other results, isn't it? Yeah. A bit slightly lower voltage. Anyway, we're going to escape out of that, and now we're going to run Linpack. And Linpack, unfortunately, doesn't want to run at the same time as Hardware Info, so we need to close Hardware Info. We're going to pull up Task Manager. And Linpack, I actually need to time it, because Linpack otherwise... Why'd the mouse die? There we go. Where's my phone? There's my phone. I need my clock, stopwatch there. Because the thing is, Linpack runs for 45 seconds, and so the averages get completely thrown off if you don't time it properly. Which is super annoying. Go, yes, no. Man, I can't believe how much I've optimized my test methodology. Like, it used to take so long to get any results into the charts. But the thing is, I've basically done this because this is kind of how I do GPUs, and it works just fine for GPUs, so it's like... Yeah, and so right now what I'm waiting for is the memory usage to hit like 9.6 gigs. Once it hits 9.6 gigs, I start the timer. And after 35 seconds, we take I stop the scope and note down the data, which reminds me I need to zoom this out, otherwise the averages are going to be thrown off again. 9.6 gigs, start the timer. Yeah, now move the mouse a bit, doesn't really make a difference. Why Hardware Monitor is trash? Because it tends to be buggy. That's it. Like, it tends to produce a lot of readings that are incorrect. Anyway, I'm gonna mostly focus on actually getting measurements today. Okay, we're at 28 seconds. We're stopping the scope pretty soon. And stop. And note down data. So we get 1.33 on average. Lovely. We get a minimum voltage of 1.27 on average and an absolute minimum of 1.27. Lovely. So that's a really good result. 1.41 overshoot, which is basically pretty normal for most boards. So let's move on to Medium LLC. So far this performs exactly the same as the Aorus Extreme does. Oh wait, we need to take idle. I'm just going to open up Hardware Info for that. And get idle measurements. Wait, Hardware Info is trash? No, Hardware Info is great. Hardware Monitor is trash. That's like the big problem, is like Hardware Info and Hardware Monitor sound like the same thing, but they're not the same thing. Hardware Monitor is made by CPU ID, and it's trash. Hardware Info is made by the guy who makes Hardware Info, and it's really good. It's awesome. Okay, we're idling at like 1.4 with 1.41 idle in software, 1.41 idle on the scope. We're gonna write that down. I'm gonna play that one after this. Okay, let's move on to testing Medium LLC. So right now this is performing like the Extreme. I don't really expect it to underperform. Let's do 1.4 at medium. So yeah, look at my test methods. So much faster than what I used to do. Seriously, I'd spend like 5 minutes before taking down a measurement. Now it takes a couple seconds. Which is actually a big deal depending on how many settings I have to go through, right? Also, it doesn't change like the results at all as far as I can tell. Core temp. Yeah, I like core temp for temperature. Like, as a bare bones temperature monitoring utility, core temp's great. Like, you can even see it on my desktop right here. There we go, I'll just reset that. Gotta move the mouse a bit. Man, the mouse is being really glitchy today. I wonder if it's because I'm using some weird USB port again. Oh man, that one's way louder. Go. Yeah, I'll take that down. And we're getting 1.26 still. This is performing like exactly the same as the Extreme was. Which doesn't really surprise me, and the mouse just... Okay, we're gonna change USB ports. This is getting on my nerves. Ah, much better, I think. Yeah. Anyway, well, I guess we could take the idle right now as well. So 1.38, 1.38, of course. Now we run 112K. I was kind of hoping for a bigger difference, but... Okay, the mouse is still being derp. You can move hardware info to the left. There's not really anything worth looking at anyway except this. Like, that's the only measurement that matters. Okay, so this board is really interesting to me. The Gigabyte boards really seem to have a hard time with 16K specifically. And all the noisier tests, they seem to do better. Like 16K somehow hit 1.27 volts, and this doesn't care. Yeah, like this literally doesn't care at all. It's just 1.28. Glued to it. 1.4. Okay, time to hit the Lin pack. Actually, I should check the Lin pack gigaflops. Oh, thanks for the 5 Norwegian kroner. Hey, BZ, do you think I will be able to get 5,000 on Team 2x8 Extreme 3600 CL14 with R750 100X? No. Like, that's Samsung B-Die. You're gonna be lucky if you can get to 4,900. Thanks, Stig Eric, for the 20 Norwegian kroner. Is it just me, or is there, like, a ton of Norwegians in my live streams? Which, like, I don't know. I find that kind of weird. There specifically seems to be a ton of Norwegians. What was I supposed to run? Ah, yes, Lin pack. And I forgot to check the Lin pack performance, so that's good. Anyway, 2, 4, idiot. Two, 4, 3, yes, yes, no. Come on, kick in already. Oh, there we go. Almost missed the timing. Oh, so medium seems like a very good option on this board as well. To absolutely nobody's surprise. I guess at this rate, I might even do the Vision G. I'm still kind of annoyed that there's like 200 people watching, though. I guess that's what I get for titling it Z490 Transient Response. Bam. Oh, I'm in... No, wait. Oh, there. Almost went over the time. I mean, I could have waited for the second loop, but I didn't feel like waiting for the second loop. Can you comment on the effect of RGB color shift on the power bus with regard to noise? The power bus of what? Okay, we're getting, you know, 488, so the memory settings are correct. That's where it should be for all of these boards. So it's working as it should. Now we can restart and move on to the next settings. Man, it used to be like 15 minutes to go between LLC settings. Total system? It should be completely irrelevant. Like, the whole system, like, unless you're running some crazy amount of RGB, and I mean absolutely crazy amount of RGB, the LEDs won't make a difference at all. Like, they pull so little power that, unless, like, it's not impossible for, like, let's say, PWM-controlled LEDs to be... I don't know, like if they were running really close to some sensitive, I don't know, audio signal or something, you might have a but that won't be a power problem. That'll be like, you know, yeah, that won't be a power problem. That'll be like RGB switching noise leaking into your audio, which is like, it's not really a power thing. That's just bad isolation. Yeah, like RGB from a power perspective is completely irrelevant. I guess if you had a PWM line for RGB running right past your dye sense circuitry, it might induce extra voltage into the dye sense circuitry, and that'll upset the voltage controller a lot. But like, just there's like I can't think of an example of that being a thing. Like that would have to be some really boneheaded motherboard design right there. What are we supposed to use next? 1.375. Have you ever played with old Xeon X56 5670s? No, but I do have a pair of 5650s and a SR2. I don't think the live testing helped. Oh well, oh man. Oh wait, I already had it set up. Okay, well, 16, 16. Yeah, so now we're starting to see the board actually kind of, you know, failing, I guess. What did I want to do? Oh right, turn up the music, because this one's good. Right, is it on the trigger? No, it's not. Good. If it was on the trigger, that would really throw things off. We're gonna reach 200 likes. I don't know that will make that. Actually, no, it should be, actually, if everybody who's currently watching liked, then yeah, we should definitely hit 200. Anyway, back to testing. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I just noticed the color. You see that? They're not aligned. I'll fix that later. Anyway. Yeah, no. It's not going below 1.27. Oh, whoa, we managed to drop all the way to 1.26 now. So this is a bit weaker than the Aorus Extreme, I'd say. Did we lose any workers? I don't think we did. Like, you know, it dropped by a smidge, but it did drop, so. No, it's all maxed out still, so. CPU's approaching 90 degrees. I don't think my liquid metal job was great. Or maybe I don't have the mounting pressure just right, but 80, like mid to high 80s is just fine. It's not a big deal. Anyway, time to take the results. 1.33, 1.28, 4, lovely. Now we can stop this. Did I take the idles? Let's take the idles right now. Getting idle 1.36 along with 1.36. And on to Linpack we go. And 3. Yes, no. Music too loud. Yeah, I'll turn it down. Damn it, where's my mouse? Does the PCIe additional motherboard plug on EVGA Z490 help with GPU OC stability? Depends on the GPU. Well, depends more like how many GPUs are you running. And I guess the GPUs as well. Oh, there we go. It's going. Now if we nudge the mouse. The mouse actually makes it better. Oh, it's fun. Okay. Okay, there we go, 1.26. Yeah, so this is like a little bit worse than the Extreme. I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised. Sometimes, because like ITX boards can sometimes like overperform because the VRM is just rammed right up against the CPU. And so all of the capacitance is right up against the CPU as well. But no, this hit 1.26 and there, almost missed the timing on stopping the test. Again, keep getting distracted. 1.33, 1.27, 1.26, and 1.41. Okay, cool. Because, like, oh, you can't see the Extreme because it's too scaled down. Anyway. Time to test Turbo. How many Mobos do you have to test? Well, I also have the Vision G and I also have the Master. So those are like the only two other boards I can test here. Oh, boy. No! I erased files. I mean, that's a filler track, so yeah, but I actually don't mind it. Master would be awesome. The Master looks exactly... The Master is going to be the same as the Extreme. I mean, this is basically the same as the Extreme. This is a freaking ITX board. Turbo. Time to see some real undershoot. The Vision is like a white version of the Z490 Elite. Oh, BZ, did you ever get a R5 3600? I did. Beat my Firestrike score of 14049 with a RX 580. I'd need to, like, pull the RX 580 out of my daily system for that. How was the Maximus Extreme? I don't have an Maximus Extreme, so it should perform the same as the Apex. But, damn it, capture card! Please tell me the cable didn't die. Well, I mean, those are some visuals that basically go with my music pretty well, but I would like display out. And I think the HDMI cable died. Damn it! Okay, got it working again. Okay, voltages are still where they're supposed to be. Da-da. Now to move the mouse. Oh my god. Okay, this is really bad. Like 1.23? Yeah, that's awful. That's really bad. The overshoot went down, but the voltage regulation is, like, the undershoot is terrible. Didn't lose workers. Well, I have the CPU at 4.9 gigahertz specifically so that it doesn't lose workers. Because if it loses workers, the measurement goes to hell. Bye-bye, Windows Firewall. Okay, you know what? Imagine if it wasn't rounding. Is the lower? It's the the downward spike is the thing that's gonna crash this. Like, would crash the system if I had it on the edge of stability, but I don't. So it doesn't crash. Okay, we want to take idle as well, so that's 1.31 and 1.31. Time for Linpack. Should I even bother with testing Extreme and Ultra Extreme? I just want to test Override. And then, like, move on to the Vision. Because, like, it's already gonna be... Oh, shit. I missed the timing for Linpack. Well, I didn't miss it that much, so it's fine, but... I keep reading chat instead of paying attention to what I'm testing. And that's 35 seconds. I think that's one of the lowest... Yeah, that's a really low average. It doesn't cause an undervolt. It stalls out the CPU. So I want to check that it's performing correctly. Yeah, like it stalls out the CPU to process user input and processing, and then it goes right back to running the workload, and so that causes the massive downward spike. I kind of want to, like, who cares about Extreme LLC? Like, I'm pretty happy with the turbo results being kind of terrible. Liquid Freezer 1. PS2, I've never tested. I would assume it would be the same or worse, maybe. Now we go to override mode. And with override mode, you actually set this on auto. Because if you change this, it causes problems. Major problems. 1.36. All right, capture card. I'd assume if you're running any... Well, the thing is, if you're running a game, it's gonna just not put as much load on the CPU in the first place. And it's gonna... Actually, a game would probably just look like a general mess. Like, it would be really hard to pick out any one thing, because, like, there's certain workloads which... I don't know why Hardware Info decided to go to, like, stupid size, but it did. Yeah, but let's say, like... Let's say we run, like, 133... no, what was it? 1344 and 1344. Right, and it just looks like that. And you move the mouse and nothing really happens. So... So, yeah, override mode is basically cheating. Like, when I move the mouse, it lifts the average voltage up. Which is why I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, that's one way to prevent undershoot. Just lift the voltage. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Big stupid. Yeah, like, it just lifts the whole thing up whenever it looks like, oh, the voltage is about to drop. Nope. So it like the overshoot goes up, but undershoot is just completely under control. Which, like, yeah, that's a perfectly good way of doing things, I guess. Like the overshoot, like this is fine. This isn't gonna degrade your CPU or anything. But it kind of doesn't feel fair comparing this mode to, like, regular static volts on other motherboards, because it's just, like, it's not static. At all. Oh no, that's the wrong table. Yeah, as far as I know, only Gigabyte boards have this. It's a new feature that they... Well, it's not that new. I think they first put it on the Z390 Extreme, and then they put it on their entire Z490 lineup. So... And they're gonna have it again on Z590, because it's freaking awesome. Like, it's really good. I guess it was really hard to figure out how to market the override voltage mode, so... Yeah. I guess Gigabyte, like, probably a big part of the reason why Gigabyte is sending me a stack of Z590s is because, like, there's a good chance the reason Gigabyte is sending me a stack of Z590s is because they're like, oh yay, at least Buildzoid knows what override mode does. So you can tell the normies all about it. Yeah, in Linpack it's also like the average voltage is again just higher. But everything's still, like, this is all still very safe, so I don't have a problem with it. And even if we were on override at, like, even if I had override set to, like, 1.4 or 1.45 volts, it would still be fine. Actually, let's demonstrate that. It's like, gonna have to slide this down. It's not gonna fit on the screen anymore. And I wouldn't set override over 1.4 something anyway. Gigabyte's BIOS, in my experience, Gigabyte's BIOS isn't really broken, it's just a mess. Like, hard to navigate, like, you know, four layers of, like, VRM settings. Because I'm not sure we have enough cooling for this, but let's try this. I really like Gigabyte's AM3 Plus boards. Like, the VRM on them isn't great, but for, like, as long as you're not running, like, 8-core FX chips, those boards are amazing. So, idle at 1.39, which is fine. Like, I do want to do a temperature check in Prime 95. We'll see if it's overheating. Okay, it's not overheating just yet. Yeah, so we're hitting low 90. That's good. That's fine. And our DyeSense voltage shouldn't be that high. There we go, yeah, 1.33 volts. I'd be fine with that. That's cool. But I need to move this down, move the trigger away. And now if you move the mouse... Yeah, like this is still fine. Right, and if you raise the voltage much more, you're not going to be able to cool it anymore. Like if you were on a 10900K at this point, like, very spicy. I guess if you were in direct dye, it might be okay. But, yeah, but we're only getting like low 1.5, which, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Because that's just overshoot. So that, like, that only happens when the CPU is pulling the least current. So I'm not too concerned about that. Like, that's not going to create electromigration issues. That's like a gate oxide hazard, which 14 nanometer is really hard to quickly demolish with voltage. Like, you need a lot of voltage to get the 14 nanometer chips to just die to, like, straight up voltage effects instead of current effects. Anyway, so this is nice and under control, other than the fact that it's hot as hell. There's Linpack, which we're just going to run 2... Because Linpack has more overshoot, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. 4... 3... what, you're... what oscilloscope? I have a Rigol DS1054Z, it costs 350 quid. So, yeah, it's not the greatest oscilloscope, especially not for this kind of measurement. There's better oscilloscopes for this, they just cost a lot more. So, there we go, that's Linpack doing Linpack things. You move the mouse, and actually, whoa. The overshoot isn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. Like, I thought it would be higher than what we were getting in Prime 95, but it's not. So, good job, Gigabyte. Override mode is, like, incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love override mode. So, yeah. Override mode is really cool. Did you get rid of your Biostar board? Not yet. I still have some testing to do with it. Like, I know I did a live stream with it where I'm like, yeah, it's terrible. I want to get some videos out of it going over exactly how terrible it is in completely unnecessary levels of detail. Also, it's just fun to rip on bad motherboards. Okay, I guess we're gonna do the vision now. Which has 0 pause caps. Which will be interesting to see how that works. It actually doesn't even have that many multi-layer ceramics. Why am I doing this like a total freaking idiot? Bam! How you clear a table. Okay, time for the sketchy part of the stream where I need to take the system apart and put the CPU in a new motherboard. Oh no, why did I disappear everything? No! There. Oh, what's this? Oh well. basically, so the test bench PCB is actually, when I visited Gigabyte, I basically saw a bunch of PCBs just in the recycling bin, and I was like, oh, can I have those? And they were like, well, sure. And then I asked, can I have like PCBs of good motherboards? And they were like, sure, just ask before a launch, and we can send you some with the review samples. So yeah, I have piles of like, I have kind of a lot of Gigabyte PCBs. Also, MSI gave me an X299 X-Power PCB as well, which also gets used as a test bench occasionally. So yeah, that's what I was talking about when I said this doesn't really have a lot of capacitors. It's not as bad as the MSI board, but that's not a lot of capacitors. What the hell? Where did the O-ring go? Seriously? What the hell? Where? They were stuck to the ITX board. That's where they went. Also, normally this board has like a purple highlight over here. If you're wondering how I got rid of that, that's just black electrical tape. You just put that there and then you cut it. Oh, it also has one down here on the chipset, so... That should be okay. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Be back in, like, very soon. Well, I see the system hasn't caught on fire, so that's a good thing. Oh man, I think this one's on the oldest BIOS of all the boards I'm testing. Screw it. I'm not gonna, like, as long as the memory works, I don't care. And we're gonna skip straight to testing Override. Oh yeah, Override. Best mode. Oops. Seven, 4, 6, 12, 12, 12, 12. 7, 4, 8, 8, 8, 32, 28, 8, 8, 8. There we go. IO 1.3, SA 1.3, DRM voltage 1.45. 49, nope. 49, 44, 0, doesn't let me type into that one, 0. Turbo power elements disable, C states disable, EIST disable, and let's... What kind of battery are you running? You are a machine. This stream is over 3 hours long. I am fueled by Monster Energy. And water. Water and Monster Energy. What the hell? Oh, I forgot to plug in the SSD. Also, I'm not really doing much on this stream. I'm being very antisocial. Barely responding to any questions. I'm hungry, though. WTRs on Intel are literally not used by the CPU. TRRDs in AVX workloads, or actually in throughput workloads, TRRD is very important. Also, you can set them to 4416 on basically every memory module ever made. This song is perfect right now. Oh, it's almost over. Well, that sucks because I'm gonna play it from the beginning. Louder this time. There we go. Oh, wait, nope. We need to check that the CPU isn't gonna catch fire first. Core temp's good for that. Yay. I think I should have reapplied the liquid metal. Why are we at 1.42? The hell? Why is the voltage so high? What did I punch into the BIOS? Yeah, this is running like higher voltage. No, I need the CPU for testing. You know what a pain it is to like freaking build probinators? Very big pain. Also expensive. Why aren't you? Oh, right, stupid freaking capture card. Okay, now the idle voltage is correct. I wonder if the board, like, knows that its VRM is worse, and so it sets more voltage to compensate. Which is pretty stupid if that's what's going on. Like, the same settings should always lead to the same results. Admittedly, this board's probably on, like, some ancient BIOS version compared to the other ones now, but... okay. Okay, small, custom, 16, wait, I'm not on the temperature part of hardware info. That is a very bad idea. You can tell if the CPU thermal throttles from the oscilloscope, but that's not the way I want to find out. Oh yeah, it's thermal throttling. Yeah, it's thermal throttling. Hell. Gotta reinstall the CPU! Okay, so the liquid metal lasts like 2 reinstalls, as far as I can tell. Screw it. We'll leave this one on. There we go. Hopefully that should fix the temperatures. Also, this thing, so as much as this is like totally not music, the only problem I have with that track is that it's too loud. The track before it is mixed ever so slightly too quiet, and this one's mixed way too loud. And so it just like crashes into you after the one before it. So, yeah, and then this one's quiet again, which admittedly I turned it down. But even if I turn this one up, like this is still quiet. So that one's just mixed way too damn loud. But I think it sounds cool. Also, I want to test on... We're going to test with fixed first, because... Override mode, if the if the CPU is overheating, I think override mode actually makes things worse. The thing is, with the way override mode works and the way the CPU responds when it overheats, like, override mode with overheating is just not gonna work at all. It's like, I'm 99% certain it just makes the problem worse. And I'm not gonna test it because it's risky. Now, there's a white version of this BIOS. Oh, wait, I've seen screenshots of that BIOS, yeah. I actually like the white look. I don't mind it. Admittedly, I use, like, everything in light mode, which, like, makes me apparently a psychopath, but... but I don't mind, light themes in BIOSes, light themes in general. Let's try the Cinebench test again. We should be getting like low 60s if this is properly set up now. Yeah, that's mostly 60s, so that's okay, I think. So now we get to see if Prime 95 burns my CPU down again. It looks like the liquid metal lasts like 2 motherboard transfers, and after that it's just done. It doesn't even look done though. Like, it still looks fine, and then you put it back on the CPU and it just overheats immediately, which is really dumb. Yeah, now it's at 80. So now it's just fine. Cool, cool, cool. Literally cool. Anyway, I want to test override mode. Because low LLC is for Losers. Override mode is cool. This track is actually one of my earliest creations. Well, along with some, well... No, this is like the first one I created where I was like, oh, this is actually good and listenable. And that crazy, like, drum track that played, like, before, like, 2 songs before. That one was the one where I realized running a drum loop through a guitar amp is the best idea I've ever had. It's a virtual guitar amp, but still, best idea I've ever had. And since then, I've been doing that for so many tracks because it just makes sounds that I really like, even though I'm pretty sure it's not like you're not supposed to do that. It works so well, though. Also, someday I want to make like an extreme version of this track. Like, literally take this one and just add more distortion and stuff to it. And I'll probably use it as an outro on I don't know. Yeah, I'll get, like, right now it's an outro track, but... Anyway, best MOBO and CPU for noob that want to start mem overclocking. Any suggestions? Mem overclocking on what? AMD, Intel? Because for Intel, it's kind of hard. I guess you could go for the Gigabyte Z490 Elite. Or an MSI board. And for AMD... Man, for AMD it's hard, because it's like, technically the B550 Aorus Pro is going to clock memory better than like almost any other motherboard in that price range. On the other hand, it's also got the most obnoxious BIOS of all of the motherboards in that price range. And no postcode. Okay, please do not catch fire again. Why does it keep bugging out like this? I think it's just broken. I think there's a bug with override mode on this BIOS. Like, this is a really old BIOS, so maybe override mode's just broken. Oh, crap. Transfer? Okay. I'm surprised the coax is holding up so well. Some of my earlier probinators had a tendency to just constantly fall apart. It was super annoying. Like, I'd have to reattach the probes all the damn time. Well, while we wait for that to update, I guess I'll take some questions. Is it true that setting VDIM too high can damage the IMC? Yes, but too high VDIM is like way up there. Like ridiculously high VDIM. So realistically, you shouldn't ever run into that. Like like I'm pretty sure if you applied like 2.5 volts to the memory controller, it'll blow the memory controller up. There's also no reason to ever apply 2.5 volts to anything, so I don't know why you'd want to do that. BZ, will the MSI B450M gaming be good for him? It's 2 DIMMs. Bleh. It's a B450 board. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do great. What are your hobbies besides XOC? I guess you could count making terrible music as a hobby. Listening to tons and tons. Well, I listen to a ton of music. That's good. But I don't know that that would be. Well, I literally spend time looking for more music to listen to, so I guess you could kind of consider that a hobby. I read tons of manga. What else is there? Snowboarding. Snowboarding's good. Can't do that in this part of the UK. There's no mountains and even less snow, but... Actually, there's 0 mountains and a little bit of snow, but absolutely no mountains. So yeah, can't really do that. I was wondering if there's a big difference between timings achieved on A0, A1, and, wait. A1 is an ECC PCB. No memory manufacturer selling like Team Group, G.Skill, nobody uses A1. Nobody uses that PCB layout. They all use A2 or A0. And A0 has good compatibility with bad motherboards. That's basically it. A2 clocks higher, does the same timings assuming the motherboard is good, and is just generally better. BZ, do you think there would actually be any point trying to get more than 3800 CL16 4x8 SR for only playing games? No. No, there isn't. When are you getting the ROG Strix Gaming G? Well, at this point, never, because... Oh my god, that is bright. Okay, you know what? I mean, to be fair, like, my desktop background is literally white, but... Yeah, that's a bit of a drastic changeover from the black. Anyway, Oh man, now I need to do all the settings again. 2x16 Trident should be B1 or B0. B1 being A2, but like looks like A2. Man, what is it with Intel BIOSes and being like kind of laggy? Anyway, 49, 44. AVX offset 0. Stream memory profile 1. What track is this? Wait, we're already at that one? No, we're not. Oh, I'm an idiot. I reshuffled my playlist. No. Wait, can I just say the Apple Z on the... Oh, okay, I can just undo that. Good. There we go. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Yeah, but the previous BIOS was broken. Like, override mode wasn't working bloody at all. Like, I don't know what it was doing, but it wasn't working. So, BIOS update was a good idea. 7, 4, 6. Skips. 7, 4, 8, 8. 32, 28, 8, 8. There we go. That should be all the memory timings. TCL, TCWL, WTRs. I can't remember. It doesn't really matter that much, because if you don't set them correctly, it's just gonna round them for you. I'm getting tired because of how hungry I am. Also because the stream's been going forever. And I didn't really sleep that long. Stupid capture card. Okay, hopefully it's not broken anymore. Oh yeah, see, this is how it's supposed to work. I don't know why it was glitching out before. And CPU temps are just fine. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. VRV out. This board's running kind of high. Like, it's running 1.28. Same set voltage. Well, we just gotta go lower it, I guess. Here, order a pizza. Don't quit yet. No, I'm not gonna quit. I have pasta. It's just like I need to go cook it. I can survive. It's fine. It also doesn't help that I didn't really have a proper breakfast, so... Well, proper breakfast. When was breakfast? What time is it? Who am I? Why am I here? Oh, it's 4:40. Oh, I know why I'm hungry. Because I ate... like, 8 hours ago or something? Yeah, something like that. And I didn't really eat much, so... Okay, interesting that this board runs more override voltage at, like, the same setting. Like, even now, it's still running more override voltage. It's not doing the stupid 1.5 volts anymore. But it is running more. That was a joke. Dude, my cooking stream is putting stuff in the microwave. Because unfortunately, my X299 system is still sitting on top of my stove. Yeah. Just build Zoid things. How have I survived this long? Okay, there we go. Now we got the voltages right. Man, even such a cheap board is doing really well. Right? Like, we're getting our... Now the voltages are where they're supposed to be. Right? Like, that's 1.26, which is what we're aiming for. We're getting our 1.31 over here, which is what we're aiming for. And, like, even the overshoot's not that high. It's just 1.4. Like, yeah, it's more overshoot than any of the other motherboards I tested, but, like, this board's the cheapest board that I've tested. Yeah, this is like a $200 motherboard. I'm not sure that this SKU specifically is 200 bucks, but the VRM on this board, you can get it for 200, maybe even 190. And it's like, look at this. Okay, I can get it to undershoot a little bit. A little bit. But still, like, damn. It runs so clean. How can it do that? Yeah, let's run 112K. Man, I can't wait for shooting this video that nobody's gonna watch. I'm gonna be lucky if I get 2,000 views on it in like a day. I should put out some like high view count video first so that like I don't piss off the YouTube algorithm. So this is a 12 phase. Like a very real 12 phase. So I wanted to do a video going over the glorious spreadsheet of... Where is it? Yeah, I want to do a video going through this glorious spreadsheet right here. Which, of course, nobody's going to watch that because it's a spreadsheet video. And I know exactly how well those do. But, yeah, I ain't going to change anything about the fact that I'm still going to make a spreadsheet video. Let's move the mouse around. Try to get the board to, like, trip up. Which it doesn't because override mode is magic. Seriously. Like, override mode is, like, the greatest thing I've ever seen. It just takes all the undershoot and just moves it up. It's like, oh my god. This is amazing. I'm putting the numbers in the wrong place. Yeah, so this isn't doing quite as well as the, like, high-end boards, but it's still doing great. Ah, damn it, I can't read! Doesn't double release... Yeah, double release does, but this is a live stream, which is, like, not... I don't think it counts. And also, I'm not going to release 2 videos in the same day. I'm thinking, like, oh, I'm going to shoot the... Like, I'm going to shoot some high view count video. Like, a GPU PCB breakdown or something. And then I'm going to shoot the spreadsheet video. And I'm going to post the GPU breakdown first, then the spreadsheet video, and then hopefully cover it with another GPU breakdown. Oh wait, it somehow managed to go to down 1 to 1.27. Okay. Yeah, so this board really is showing some weak... Alright, it's down at 1.32 volts average, though. No, board, you can't... Board, why you do this? Well, okay, this is the one downside to override mode. It's not very consistent. But, it's not the worst thing. Like, it's fine. Right, because the average came down to 1.32, and now that nothing's running, it's gone back up again. Oh, damn, I forgot to put idle for the ITX. It was totally that. Like, the ITX behaved the same as the Extreme, so I'm just gonna use the result from the Extreme. I'm too late. And, you know what? No. NA. There. That way I don't feel like I'm fabricating results. I have way too much integrity. Like, no, like, it's not even a measurement that particularly matters. Right? Like, the idle volt, like, the idle measurements don't even bloody matter. And it's like, no, we're not going to fabricate that. I mean, and the thing is, it's not like I'm making it up. I'm just stealing the one from the Aorus Extreme, which, see? Like, I was just going to copy that one over. Which is, I'm 99% certain that's actually spot on. But, yeah, no, we're going to put NA. Because, yeah. Like, that's like, because there's like a nagging sort of, like, feeling for me where it's like, but what if it isn't 1.33? And what if the number is wrong? And it still wouldn't matter. Like, even if it was 1.34 instead of 1.33 or 1.32, it's just like, yeah. Anyway. I don't like being wrong very much. Saying, like, not knowing is better than being wrong. Definitely better than being wrong. Because if you don't know something, you can still learn it. But if you think you know something and you're wrong, then you're just wrong. Like, end of story. You have false confidence bestowed upon you by false data. So, you know, you can make bad decisions afterwards. Anyway, we need to see if this still runs the same memory, like if the memory settings are proper with this. Let's run that. NA, DNF. No, it's gonna be NA. Or not a I'm gonna put BZ dumb. There, that works. Oh my god, it even fits! Is total capacitance or ESR more important? They're both important. If you don't have enough capacitance, then your, like, voltage overshoot's just going to be really high because the energy has nowhere to go. If you have too much ESR, and, you know, if you have a lot of ESR and a lot of capacitance, then sure, you have plenty of space to store all the excess energy from the inductors. Unfortunately, the energy can't get into the storage, so it'll just kind of drive up the voltage anyway. So they're both really important. Yeah, like, it's not one or the other, it's both. Very much both. Okay, that's our measurement. Wait, I can't read, can I? Oh, no. So fun fact, Linpack load cycles really hard. Which actually makes it, if your cooling system isn't great, that makes Linpack a less bad stress test compared to like Prime 95, because you have like a cooldown period. Like right now we're in the cooldown period. And then it hits again. So if you have like a water cooling loop, it's pretty, like, if you have a kind of undersized water cooling loop, Linpack isn't as bad as Prime 95. Because the absolute peak power draw in Linpack is actually somewhat higher. But on average, it's not as bad. Also, I'm going to run without moving the mouse, because moving the mouse actually reduces the gigaflops. And that there's like 480, which is a bit low. We're supposed to be getting close to 490. You recommend the 9600K today for hardcore gaming. How much are you paying for the 9600K? Like, I think it really depends on how much you're spending on that 9600K. Because it's not really a great CPU anymore. Honestly, I would probably look for a used... Like, I'm not sure how much new 169. Honestly... What other options do you have at that price point? Like, what other CPUs do you have at around that price? Yeah, okay, it's getting 490. That's what I want to see. All is good. Shut down. Move on to testing the regular LLCs. Ryzen 3600 is 200 bucks. Yeah, that does suck, doesn't it? Those things are... I don't actually like this track that much. This one here. It's not like... Because this one is heavily... Like, this one's primarily using a synth. Like, instead of using MIDI guitar samples, this one uses an actual synth that is set to, like, a guitar-esque sounding preset, but... The thing is, like, for some... Like, when you run MIDI guitar samples through distortion, or amp simulators, they sound heavier than this. They don't have, like, this buzziness to them that this has. So this is getting, like, a... It's not getting a rewrite, it's getting, like, a instrument reshuffle someday, because I don't like it the way it is right now. It's also a bit too long, but... And very uncreative. Like, it's a bit too long and very repetitive, and I'll probably do something about that, but also just the instrumentation on that track, just... Not great. Not as good as what I have on some of the other tracks. Fortunately, just for anything more like, the thing is, I have I just have a massive thing for really chuggy guitar lines. So it's like, anything that tries to be more, well, I don't know. I don't even know what to call this, but yeah, like, right now I don't like the way it sounds. Let's just leave it at that. And I'll figure out what to do about that eventually. Oh wait, I need to set to fix, then 1.44, then go down to your LLC settings, set it to low. I actually kind of like this color scheme in the BIOS. Like, the white is really in your face, and I get that people who like dark mode don't like this, but that's a good looking BIOS. I really like it. If instead of beige it was orange, I'd like it more, but I do like it. This part I nailed. Oh no, that's the ending. No, I copied the ending out of, like, the middle of the song. There's a part in the middle where it goes quiet, and it's like, yeah, the ending's the same, I think. Again, I'm not very creative with these tracks. The copy-paste function is way too attractive when you don't know how to make music. BZ, how do you pronounce beige? I said beige, or beige. I say it both ways depending on how I feel like saying it, I guess. Because in Czech, that color is pronounced bežo, bežova. No, bežova. Or is it supposed to be said beige? Or, like, what? To hell, screw it. Be happy I say Cinebench and not Signbench. Because for a very long time I called it Signbench. And also, for some reason, I couldn't figure out how to read Unigine Heaven. And I was reading it as Unigine Haven. So the E just kind of disappeared for me, which was pretty fun. Like, it's not that I don't know they're two separate words. I just, for whatever reason, didn't read it as heaven. It was haven for, like, several years. What? What happened? Things aren't going the way they're supposed to. Things aren't behaving the way they're supposed to be behaving. It's Jif. It's Jif. Since when did we have a giraffe? It's on fixed 1.44. Why is it going... It's on low. What the hell? It's like it didn't apply properly. Auto. Wait, I'm gonna try something. I think the BIOS got a little confused. How do you pronounce xylophone? Xylophone. That's how you're supposed to pronounce that one, right? Come on. Okay, I think it's working correctly now. Because I think, like, override mode was sticking around in the background of the BIOS somehow. Putting it to auto reset that, hopefully. It's my theory. Yeah, now it's working the way it's supposed to be working. And I have it too high again. Man, why am I so stupid? I should have punched in 1.43. How do you pronounce zebra? No, it's a zebra. Any more Minecraft? I never did a Minecraft stream, did I? Yeah, I don't think I did a Minecraft stream. How do you pronounce Radeon X800 XTX? Like that. Wait, you were... Oh, right, I did do a Minecraft. Yeah, no, that doesn't count, though. I wasn't playing Minecraft. I was trying to test memory performance. I said that all the Gigabyte and like MSI boards read high compared to Intel. I mean, compared to Asus. I swear there's something weird going on with their DyeSense circuitry. Your favorite manga? Superior. Superior is really good. And also Superior Cross. Like, both of them together, really, really good. I think I've reread it 3 times at this point. The only issue is like, now I'm starting to remember so much of it that rereading it is getting kind of old. I wish I could forget the story, because it's great. The fan? It's for VRM cooling. The VRM on this board runs kind of hot if you don't do anything about it. Like, allow me to demonstrate. Or, actually, you know what? No, screw it. I'm not demonstrating that. Like, the thing is, the VRM on this is a really heavy block of aluminum. And so it takes for a bloody ever to heat up. But it does eventually get really hot. And it just takes really long to get there. 1.34. It's doing okay. Like, it's on par with the board above it, right? Like, the gap's the same. And I kind of want to end the stream now. I'm getting really hungry. And kind of tired of, like, talking to chat. Sorry, chat. I'm very antisocial. Or asocial, more like. There we go. Oh no, I'm not supposed to start the timer just yet. You're supposed to wait for Linpack to start doing Linpack things and then start the timer. Idiot. How does a person get as good at you at this stuff? Give me a second. Fuck. Shit. Damn. Don't ask me questions while I'm testing. Or more like, don't ask complicated questions while I'm trying to test. Because, like, if I miss the window, Linpack, the averages get thrown off in Linpack, and that's bad. That's bad. 0.29. That's not 1.29. Learn to type. 1.28 and 1.42. Ah. I would recommend Override for daily. Seriously, Override mode is amazing. You should use it all the time. Buildzoid, upload your music to your channel, man. There's a channel, so my solo background noise project is called Machine for Screams. There is a YouTube channel for it. There is also going to be a Bandcamp for it. Yeah. So if for some reason anybody ever wanted to like pay for this stuff, you'll have the option to. And I say option because it'll be name your own price. What was it that I wanted to do? Oh, right. Check the idle power draw. I mean idle voltage, not power draw. Thanks, Hunter, but I am not aware of any Taco Bell in the city that I live in, so yeah, I'm not getting any. I'm probably gonna make a sandwich while waiting for my pasta, for the pasta to go through the microwave. Nah, it's just Machine for Scream, not Machine for not Machines for Screams, just Machine for Screams. And one day I'd like to do vocals. It's just really yeah, I'd love to do vocals someday. That's like the thing I like, but first I need to figure out how to do like instrumental stuff, and then we can start then I can start worrying about getting vocals in, because. Yeah, and then it's gonna be, like, then the name's gonna make a lot more sense. Let's put it that way. Oh, this one's awesome. Very boring, but awesome. Why am I over here? Is OCCT usable? As far as I know, OCCT is just like Linpack, just user-friendly. So yeah, it should be fine. I don't have a band. It's a solo project. It's a solo background noise project, because calling it music is giving me way too much credit. I'm gonna turn this one up a bit. It deserves it. Thing is, I feel like I want to do like a remix of this one that's like more stabby, if that makes sense. I feel like I mixed the whole thing to the same volume level, and so now, yeah. And I might have turned down the high end on the EQ too low. That might also be an issue. What is this horrible music in the background? Stuff I make. And I like it. And this part's my favorite part of this entire track. Man, this board seems to have like somewhat different load line settings because it's just too high again. Like right now, this is just a little bit too droney in my opinion. Which is fine, that was kind of what I aimed for with it. It's called grinding through, so it kind of, you know, matches the sound. But like I want the really high-pitched synth thing going on. I want that to cut through more. Need to figure out how to do that. I guess I could just crank up the level on it. You do all the production mastering? Yes, it's a solo project. I do everything. Which is why it's so bad. It's like solo black metal, but... which probably has roughly the same mastering level of quality as the stuff I crank out. Have you messed with a Chaos Oscillator by Korg? No. I've not really been looking too much into, like, getting more plugins for the DAW that I use just yet. Oh yeah, there's this track. Actually, we're just gonna skip this one right now. I don't feel like listening to it. This one's chill. I like the BIOS. I think it's cool. It looks good. I guess it burns most people's eyes out, but it looks good. This is fine. You didn't need to see anyway. Yeah, now we're at the right voltage level, aren't we? Yeah, still a bit high, but not as high. No, it is high. It's at 1.27 when I'm aiming for... I can live with this. Yeah, I can live with this. This is fine. This is fine for my data. What DAW do you use? I use Mixcraft right now. I might look into something better eventually. The thing is, it's like, I don't really take the whole I make music thing seriously. Kind of mouse freaked out for a bit there. So, yeah, it's just something I do for fun, and then, you know, I realized, wait, I'd like to have some background music for live streams, and that's just kind of given me more motivation to produce more music. Because I just hate sitting in silent rooms in general, so, like, I normally have music playing all the time, but I also don't like copyright strikes, so I can't have my usual playlist playing. Even though I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of music I listen to that probably wouldn't get picked up on, I wouldn't get get content ID'd, but I don't really want to, you know, worry about that, so... Anyway... Lovely. Works. I'm being stupid. Thing is, the voltage on this board drifts downwards as the CPU warms up, which makes sense, but it's more significant on this board than on some of the other ones. Or at least it seems more significant. Is this VRM stuff? Yes. Right now we're looking like this right here is VCore. Not the waveform of my music. I'm surprised it's holding 1.28 minimum. Oh, we are on medium right now. You seriously not gonna hit 1.27? Damn, board. Dude, that's impressive. I was really expecting it to hit 1.27. But it doesn't. Let's run Linpack. So this is, I'm actually impressed. This is doing a great job. Like, for the price of this board, it's doing a really good job. Do you read private messages in Discord? Just wondering. Sometimes? Or, well... yeah, sometimes. Let's just leave it at sometimes. Kinda depends how many I get sent. I prefer not getting private messages. Also, I should have opened this up so that I can see when it's about to start. Okay. What are the best ICs, board, and CPUs for DDR3 OC? IC probably, well, Elpida Hyper or I guess PSC, depending on how rare you're feeling. Okay, well, now we're hitting 1.27, which is kind of what, you know, I'd expect. It's funny, this thing hits 1.27 when, like, right after I stop moving the mouse. At least that's, yeah. Like, I move the mouse, and then I stop, and it hits 1.27. Okay, we're at 23 seconds, that's fine. Which MOBOs have you tested today? Just Gigabyte boards. I tested the Z490 Unify yesterday. We're gonna stop now, and we're gonna note this down. So pretty decent performance. 1.34 on average, 1.28 with a minimum of 1.27 and 1.41 volts of overshoot. Oh boy. There we go. And now let's check the idle. This one's also good. This track. Put it there. That's 1.38. It's probably one. Okay, we'll check the actual Dyson, damn it. I'm so hungry and tired. I'm gonna have to end the stream. I can't go on. Oh no, I'm gonna go check if there's anything very easy, like very quick to eat. And... yeah. No, I should have something. I'll be back in a, like, sec. Ah, yay. Loading screen music. My favorite. Anyway, what am I doing? Ah, right. Next round of testing to do. Have you considered using a real sequencer? No, again, I don't really take my music production that seriously, so I don't really want to spend a bunch of money on it. I have GPUs and, like, RAM to buy. Oh, damn it, the voltage is too low. Hell. Oh, the food was a good idea. Okay, nailed it. Alright, that's gonna drift towards 1.26 over time. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. No, damn it. Tile. What the hell? Open, you stupid thing. There we go. I'm surprised it hasn't managed to hit 1.27 yet. Like, seriously, how's that still holding? I'm very impressed. Oh, there we go. Finally. Yeah, that's the thing with the scope not having enough freaking digits. Also, the board is like drifting towards 1.26 slowly. So now it's like, it started at the start of the test, it was at like 1.268, now it's at 1.264. So as the CPU heats up, it pulls more and more current, and so you get more and more V-droop. So the voltage drifts downwards over time. I'm happy with that. Damn it, I should have not done that. How is it memory-wise? 2x8, it's really strong. Other memory configurations, I don't know. The early BIOS wasn't particularly good with dual rank setups. Twitch gets video game streams, YouTube gets overclocking streams. Though I guess this could have gone on Twitch because, quite frankly, nobody's watching this here. Actually, it would probably have even less views on Twitch, so... Anyway. I keep putting my phone away even though I need it for the timing, damn it. For the timing. Well, after this, the only board that I haven't tested that I have will be the Master, and I don't feel like testing the Master because it'll do the same. Like, I'm 99.9% certain it'll perform exactly the same as the Extreme, and that seems like a massive waste of time. Damn it. Now, the thing is, LinPack runs for 45 seconds, so I need to make sure that I don't, like, I stop it before it finishes doing its thing, or it screws up the statistics. This track's good. This is a good track. Come on, give me... I'm surprised we're not getting 1.26. Okay, well, stop it there. Note down the data. Oh yay, one more measurement to go and then I can end the live stream. Oh, and I guess I should take idle. Yeah, so this happens during LinPack, and then your data's all screwed up. Have never heard BZ laugh. Well, let's see if I can find anything funny on Reddit, then. See if Reddit can make me laugh. Actually, that was a dumb idea. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Is r/funny funny? Let's see. I kinda doubted it. I kinda doubt it. Nah, dumb. How is this funny? Okay, the one with trying to bathe cats, okay, that's funny. Anyway, back to testing the RMs. Also, just the absurdity of the situation kind of dawned on me at that moment, so that made it funnier. Did you see the last GN video? The one with the really long CG intro that I didn't have patience for. No. Put it that, well, I just said I didn't have patience for it, so it should have been obvious that I didn't watch that. I don't really like, yeah, I'm not big on, like, tech videos that try to be, that try really hard to be funny. Like, the Disappointment PC build just, I don't know, like, the whole series, I've never really been a big fan of it. I like surreal memes now that I think about it. Those are good. Those are funnier than r/funny. And I missed on the voltage settings, damn it. r/Uer. r/Uer is awesome. Did they change anything about it, or is it still as messed up as always? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's animated now. It gets... Oh my god, they managed to... Actually, oh, wait, right, because Reddit changed how the themes work, so it's not as bad as it used to be. But, like, I'd have to go to old Reddit to get the full Ur experience. It's a shame they can't like, it's a shame they can't mess up the site as much as it was possible with themes before. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, we need to fix the voltage. It was too low by 10 millivolts. Okay, now I got the voltage right. This is actually... Oh, no. No, we're down at 1.24 now. Yeah. Okay, well, that's a 1.32 with... Damn it, I forgot to take the idle measurements for high. Oh, whatever. Man, even Turbo LLC is not really that fun to test. And it's beating the ITX though, which is kind of surprising. 112, 112. No, that's not 112. 112. There we go. Reset the data. Start moving the mouse. I'm bored as hell now. No, I gotta give Gigabyte credit. Their, like, Z390 $200 motherboard was a lot worse. Like, the performance on their $200 Z390 board was kind of awful in terms of voltage regulation. It was the, one of the few $200 Z390 boards to not, like, overheat if you ran an overclocked 9900K, but it also didn't have the greatest voltage regulation. This, on the other hand, well, the VRM cooling is a bit... You need a fan. Or you need some airflow. You can't run it passive. But that was true even of the Z390. Like, honestly, with the way I have the fan sitting on it right now, it's, you know, barely doing 50 degrees on the VRM. So it's like, this is really overkill. This is not necessary, but... I'm on a test bench and I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna drop a fan on it at full speed, because what else would you do? Yeah, so it's pretty neat. I'm pretty impressed. At the same time, I'm really bored now. .25, 1.4. Now we get to run Linpack to find out what we already know from Prime 95, which is that Turbo LLC kinda sucks. Also, this song is like not what I'm in the mood for right now. What am I in the mood for? Let's just play the loading one. Yeah. Nice, relaxing loading menu music. Or loading screen music. Get the clock out. Set this to 20 ms. EMI? I don't think so. Or I've never noticed that there'd be something like that. Whereas the vibrations from a fan, very much. Like, if the fan rattles the memory stick enough, then you're gonna have problems. And we're done. I've finished the spreadsheet. There, I'm tired of trying to lean into the mic, so just gonna hold it. The spreadsheet is complete. I've tested every board I care about testing. I'm sure somebody's gonna be salty that I didn't test the Master, but it's like, the Master's gonna perform the same as the freaking Extreme. That's kind of the whole point of the Master lineup. Is that they're like... The Master literally is like Extreme Light. It's the light version of the Extreme board. So... So as far as I know, the Linpack benchmark runs without hyperthreading, because hyperthreading actually makes Linpack run slower. It runs hotter, but slower. Shut down, you stupid piece of Could we shut down, please? Fine, I'll just hold the damn button. Oh, we're not gonna go through the spreadsheet, but anyway, admire my spreadsheet. My spreadsheet's amazing. It's got all these boards and... yeah. It's got boards. Lots of boards. Oh no. Oh well. And unfortunately, there's very few differences between any of these boards. Which, like, from a consumer perspective, that's good. From a content perspective, that's like, oh, well, there's no motherboard that I can go like, oh my god, the VRM on this is so bad. Because we don't have a board with a VRM that's so bad. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. And goodbye. I'm gonna hit the stop button now. Sounds like you need an ASRock. Man, I don't want to touch one of those Z490 cheapo ASRoCs with a 10-foot pole. Like, I don't need an oscilloscope to see that the motherboard is shit. I have eyes. You know, I have a pair of perfectly functional eyes. I don't need an oscilloscope to tell me that those motherboards are terrible. I am not going to share a link to the spreadsheet. Okay, so for the guy who's like, this spreadsheet would look great as graphs. Okay, so dear guy who thinks this would look great as graphs. This, like, the biggest gap on this entire bloody chart is, like, from this 1.19 over here to, like, 1.43. Yeah, and they're not even, like, the same kind of data, so those shouldn't even be getting compared, but just to make a point. So, the difference between those two values is, actually, this isn't going to make my point at all, but we're too late for that. It's like an 18% difference. Most of the differences on this chart are going to be like a pixel wide if I tried to make this into a graph. Like, it won't work. Like, the worst case scenario on the Apex versus the best case scenario is 1.3 versus 1.19. 10%. And that doesn't even interest us. Or anyway. Also, there's just too much data to put it in a graph. Right? Like, there is just way too much data to put into a graph. So no graphs. Graphs stupid. Also, fun fact, the effective voltage is not linear, it's quadratic. So, using a linear graph to represent voltage, because the thing is, like, the whole point of using a graph, as far as I'm concerned, is to, like, convey some extra information in your data. And it's like, well, if you're using a linear graph to represent something that has a quadratic effect on power consumption, and that's really the only thing we care about a ton in this kind of testing, is like, yeah, so that's not going to give you an idea of the actual effects, is it? No, it isn't, because you're looking at a linear representation of the data when the effects of the data are quadratic. So, no graphs. Because I also don't feel like explaining to people, why is this graph quadratic? Like, why doesn't this graph use a linear scale instead of a like, I don't even know how I do the scaling for it. But anyway, yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. There's no graphs. There's going to be a spreadsheet video. I don't know when. You might want to subscribe for it. Actually, if you're here, you're probably subscribed. So